All right. Good morning. I am Carissa Siren, and I would like to welcome everyone to today's meeting of the National Environmental Youth Advisory Council, also known as the neyac. The agency appreciates the time and diligent work of our neyac members in preparing for this meeting and for their forthcoming deliberations. Thank you for joining us from across the country, both virtually and in person. Now I'm going to say a few words about my role as a designated federal officer, also known as a DFO. As the DFO for this meeting, I serve as a liaison between the neyac and EPA. I am also responsible for ensuring all provisions of the Federal Advisory Committee Act, also known as the FACA, are met regarding the operations of the neyac. For today's meeting operations, our chairpersons, Gabriel Nagel and Kira O'Brien, will go over the agenda in detail soon. Given our full agenda both today and tomorrow, we aim to adhere to the schedule to ensure adequate time for the agency's presentations, public comments, and the neac's thorough deliberations, of which we need each member's contributions and perspective to inform. Please be mindful to exercise appropriate medium decorum, and please mute your computer and/or phone when not speaking. And pay particular attention to when your camera is turned on or off. These steps will help avoid any background interference or disruptions. As a special note for all presenters, neyac members, and public commenters, please state your name and perspective you represent or organization each time you speak. This hybrid in-person and virtual meeting is being recorded. Presenters and neyac members, to comment or ask questions, please raise the hand signal if you are a virtual participant, and raise your name tent if you are in person today. Once you are done speaking, please take your virtual hand or name tent down. You will notice we have four presentations today. 3 of the 4 presentations, we have scheduled time for the neyac members to ask clarifying questions to the EPA presenters as needed. Please note we will not have any scheduled time for questions following the first presentation, which is an EPA educational overview. With regards to the public comments session, according to FACA, we will maintain a public comment period, offering the public who have registered the opportunity to provide comments about the topics being considered before the neyac today. For members of the public who requested time to make public comment, your remarks will need to be limited to 2 minutes. Due to time constraints with a full agenda, during the public comment period, the neyac members and EPA will be in listening mode only and will not be able to answer your questions directly. Moving on with a few more operations, per FACA, minutes of this meeting will be prepared. The minutes will include a description of the matters discussed and the conclusions reached by the neyac members. As DFO, I will prepare the minutes and ensure they are certified by the meeting chairs and vice chair within 90 calendar days of the meeting. The minutes of this meeting will be available through the neyac website. I will now have the member roll call. When you hear your name announced, please acknowledge your presence by stating here or present. I'm going to start with those virtually participating. Emmanuel Alcantar.
Present.
Wawa Gatharu.
Present.
Christy Drutman. Osa Senega Iador.
Present.
Sophia Kiani. Alexandra Angerman. Rachel Belliot Brule. Nicholas Blumenthal. Colton Buckley.
Present.
Meghana Kunapareddy.
Present.
Gabriel Nagel.
Present.
Kira O'Brien.
Present.
Lisette Perez. Asada Rashidi. Paige Saragotis. Thank you. That concludes the member roll call, and this meeting is officially called to order. Now we'll move to opening remarks from EPA's Deputy Administrator Janet McCabe. Janet is a career public servant who has spent time working for EPA's Air Office, state environmental agencies in Indiana and Massachusetts, and at a children's health advocacy organization based in Indianapolis. Prior to rejoining EPA in April 2021, she was a professor of practice at the Indiana University McKinney School of Law and director of the Indiana University Environmental Resilience Institute. Janet McCabe.
Welcome to all of you here in person and those of you online to the first ever meeting of the National Environmental Youth Advisory Council. This is a historic day, and you are part of it, and we're all part of it. You're here in one of our most beautiful rooms. I hope you didn't get lost finding your way here like I did. I've worked here now for 11 years altogether, and I still get lost. Just keep your phone with you in case you have to phone a friend and get out of some corridor purgatory. But this is really, I think, a very fitting place for you to be. It's kind of a solemn place. It's a very formal place. You may know that this building was built in the 1930s. These buildings were built in the 1930s to be the headquarters of the Postal Service, which at that time was a really huge federal agency. The Postmaster General was part of the president's cabinet. And that particular Postmaster General, whose name escapes me, had very much had an eye for having a building that he thought reflected the importance of the Postal Service. So this is a very grand building. And if you walk around when you're lost, for example, you might find examples of art, murals and statues and stuff like that around. And if you look closely, there's probably a mail bag or a letter or a stamp or something. There's a lot of postal art. And there's, in fact, still a post office in the building here. But we're very pleased and lucky to be in this incredibly important historic building to kick off this historic day. I know if the administrator were here today, he would have been here at this moment to greet you all. He will be here tomorrow. Today he is in Wilmington, North Carolina, making a very significant announcement about lots and lots of federal funds that are going to be made available to address climate pollutants and other air pollutants at ports all across the country, coastal ports and inland ports. So that's super exciting. I also want to thank all of the EPA staff, whether they're here in person or not, who have been working to support you and will continue to work to support you. The EPA staff are just amazing. They know what they're doing. I think, as you heard from Carissa, there's this is a body that's actually empowered by federal law. And there's a long history and certain requirements that we have to meet in order to be a properly constituted and properly operating FACA. And people like Carissa and others are here to make sure not only that we do all of that, but that you are supported in the important conversations that you're going to have and the advice that you're going to give us. So if you ever need help, be sure not to hesitate to reach out to one of them. So I want to quote Administrator Regan, so his ears are burning wherever he is in North Carolina. I think you probably know he really enjoys meeting with young people. And I've heard him say, you may have heard him say, without a doubt, the best moments of my job are the ones when I have an opportunity to engage with young folks. I'm inspired and energized by young leaders, and I've seen firsthand the passion and commitment you all are demonstrating to push progress forward for our country and for our future. And I agree with him 1000%. He is totally correct. Each of you sitting here today represents our future. You represent new ideas. You represent the millions and millions of voices of your generation and the generations that will come after you. But your generation is stepping in through the doorway to help tackle the issues that we're facing, like climate change, safe drinking water, environmental justice, and so many more issues that as a nation, we have both been tolerating, ignoring, allowing to happen, and also many of us working to address for decades. And lots of progress is made over time. Sometimes it seems awfully slow. But we are at a moment here where we need every single voice and every single perspective at the table to help us figure out how to make progress. So it makes sense, and this was one of the administrator's things that he wanted to do early on when he became administrator, is to create a brand new advisory committee to formalize and make official the fact that we need to have young voices in our policy advice and in our decision-making here at EPA. So you are joining other important groups that bring advice forward to the agency: local governments, children's health professionals, farmers, people from the agricultural community, scientists of all kinds, and other really important and engaged policymakers and advocates around air, water, clean land, waste disposal, toxic chemicals, and critically, climate change. So Administrator Regan and I and all of us at EPA want to hear and learn from you. This is your moment to tell us what you think, what's working, what's not working, what we can do better, where our eyes need to be. I hope you will learn a lot about the process that you are a part of and take it, I know you will, take it really seriously, because this is it's an opportunity and a responsibility. Every one of us that chooses to work in government has chosen a life of public service, which is an opportunity, an honor, and a responsibility. And by stepping up and offering yourselves to be on an advisory committee, you become a piece of that. You have a unique perspective on our environmental work. You see the impact of our actions from a very, very different perspective. You also have a huge opportunity to make a difference going forward. It's sort of a natural thing that when you've been doing something for decades, it's harder to see, oh, we could be doing this totally differently. We don't need this process anymore. Let's think about throwing it out and starting over. And we need those ideas on the table. So we know that you will bring them. You guys know so much more than I knew when I was your age, that so many people at the agency knew when we were your age. It blows us away, honestly, how much you all know. You know that the planet isn't invincible. I grew up in the 70s. We didn't think about that nearly in the same way. You know that we need to take strong actions today if we're going to keep this planet healthy enough and safe enough for future generations to thrive, and not just people, but every living thing on this planet, whether it crawls, swims, flies, walks, runs, oozes, slithers, whatever. So through this council, we can help each other and push each other to come up with those creative ways to solve problems, provide new perspectives, all working towards clean air, clean water, clean land for the people who live in this country, and especially for people who live in neighborhoods that have been neglected and have had an unfair share of pollution for years and years and years. And we all know that these communities exist all across the country, and millions of people raise their families and live day to day in those communities with the challenges that they provide. So getting to why you're here today. The way EPA works with its federal advisory committees is usually to provide what are known as charge questions. And I think you've probably heard that term by now. So that's what we are starting at this meeting. We will be charging the neyac to provide us with policy advice, information, recommendations for the administrator and all of those who work for him on a range of environmental issues and policies that are very present in everybody's minds and are particularly important and need the perspectives of young people. So those include climate change, the clean energy transition, zero emission vehicle adoption and deployment, recycling and plastic waste reduction, environmental justice, food loss and waste, and workforce development. And I think it's important for all of us as we go through this litany of the really challenging issues that face us today to continue to be looking forward. We can make a difference on all of these things. We really can. And we have to avoid becoming cynical. We have to avoid becoming pessimistic. Paige, I know that a particular interest of yours are the mental health issues that are increasingly afflicting people of all ages, but especially young people. This is something that's so unacceptable and sad as a reality, but we can't let it keep us from being present in these groups and bringing our best thinking and our best optimism to the table. So over the next couple of days, you'll focus on 3 of those topics: climate change, environmental justice, and food loss and waste. You will hear from EPA staff about the work the agency is doing in each of these areas, and they will talk with you, provide you with specific charge questions on these topics to help guide your discussions and work as a council over the next several months. They're a guide for the kinds of advice we are looking for. And I can assure you that EPA puts a lot of thought into developing charge questions, whether it's for the Children's Health Protection Advisory Committee, for our science advisory boards, for our ag and rancher committee. This is a very, very thoughtful process, and I know you will bring that spirit to it as well. So as you hear the presentations over the next 2 days, I know you will bring and channel your own lived experiences, but also be thinking about so many of your peers across the nation and the world who are not at the table here today, but will be sharing their thoughts with you and whose perspectives you are moved to represent. I know that you will bring us some interesting and helpful ideas as you have your conversations. So thank you very much for stepping forward, for lending us your time. Actually, you're giving us your time. You're not, because we're not going to pay it back to you. You're giving us your time. You're giving us your advice, helping us work forward on these challenges that we are here to help work on. Before I came to EPA during the Obama administration, I myself served on 2 EPA FACUS. I was on the Children's Health Protection Advisory Council and the Clean Air Act Advisory Committee. So I know firsthand that when you step into these roles, you're taking this on in addition to your regular life, right? You're not putting something aside, I'm guessing, in order to provide time for this. So we are especially grateful for the sacrifice that you're making to add this to all the things that you're already doing. And I know how impressive your daily lives are because I've seen your bios. But I also want to tell you how satisfying it was for me to be a part of those 2 groups. That was before I had ever worked at EPA. And it was an honor. And I just felt like I had an opportunity to have my voice heard. I felt it was valued and that my opinions and my suggestions really mattered and made a difference in public policy. And if you're not actually working in federal government or an elected official, sometimes it can be hard to feel like your voice actually makes a difference. But here in this room and in all the conversations you will have, it will make a difference. So I want you to remember that. So I hope that your conversations go great today. I think I get to see you tomorrow afternoon for a little bit more time. So I'll look forward to that and hearing about how things went. I'm sure you'll have lots of questions that you'll build up over the day. So thank you all again so much. Thank you for letting me be here for a few minutes. And Chris, I'll turn it back to you. And I'm going to creep away in about 5 minutes and let you get on with things.
Thank you, Janet, for your inspiring words. Having worked so closely with the NEyac members for the past few months, I know they are all up for these challenges, so it'll be very exciting to hear the deliberations later today. So now I would like to turn the meeting over to the NEyac chairpersons who will facilitate the meeting. Chairs Gabriel Nagel and Kira O'Brien.
Thank you, Carissa, for the introduction. I'm Gabriel Nagel, and today I'll walk you through our agenda for day one of the neyac meeting. Following introductions of the entire council, we will have our first presentation on an EPA educational overview in which EPA staff will provide a high-level summary of the agency's mission, structure, and the primary rules and regulations. Following this 30-minute presentation, we will then have a 15-minute break before the second presentation of the day. The second presentation will be Environmental Justice and Youth. EPA staff will provide a 30-minute presentation that will be followed by a 30-minute question and answer period by neyac council members. We will break for a 1-hour lunch and return for the third presentation, Climate, Clean Air, and Environmental Justice. EPA staff will provide a 30-minute presentation that will be followed by, once again, a 30-minute question and answer period by the neyac council members. The meeting will break once more 15 minutes and return for the fourth and final presentation for the neyac meeting on addressing food waste at home and abroad, a case for circular and sustainable materials and management system. EPA staff will provide a 30-minute presentation that will be followed by a 30-minute question and answer period by the neyac council members. Following this presentation, we will move into a 1-hour public comment period. This is where we will hear from those who registered to orally provide their comments to neyac council members. The meeting will then conclude following a summary of the day and next steps for tomorrow, day 2.
Thank you, Gabriel. My name is Kira O'Brien, and I'll walk you through day 2, which is tomorrow, of the neyac meeting. In the morning, we'll have the pleasure of starting day 2 with opening remarks from EPA Administrator Michael Regan. Following his opening remarks, the neyac council members will begin a 50-minute roundtable discussion with the administrator on the presentations and charge questions presented on day 1. At the close of the roundtable discussion, the meeting will break for 15 minutes and then reconvene for an hour and 15-minute discussion among the neyac council members on the next steps with providing EPA recommendations and advice on the specific charge questions. Following this discussion, we will have another 15-minute break, followed by a summary of the 2-day meeting and next steps. The meeting will conclude with closing remarks from Dan Utek, EPA's Chief of Staff. I'll now turn it back over to Carissa, who will lead the neyac council member introductions.
Thank you, Gabriel and Kira, for that wonderful overview. I will now ask each of the neyac members to introduce themselves. I would like you to state your name and the interests that you're representing. With that, I will go ahead and start it off with those who are participating virtually. Emmanuel Alacantar.
Good morning. It's good to be here. My name is Emmanuel Alcantar. I'm a climate and pro-housing advocate from South Los Angeles, and I represent the interests of pollution-burdened communities on the neyac. I'm thrilled to be here to be joining my fellow neyac members because I strongly believe that young people should have a seat at the table, especially when it comes to the issue of climate change. Our governing bodies are often not reflective of the true diversity of the American people. And while age is only one metric of diversity, it is a shortcut to account for race, gender, class, and sexual orientation. Millennials are incredibly diverse, Gen Z even further in this trend. And, amidst our looming climate crisis, we've seen this transformative power that young people have when we have a seat at the table. And while the work that we're going to be doing on this committee is not glamorous or easy, it has a lot of potential to create more livable, equitable, and sustainable communities across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Next, we can go to Wawa Gafaru.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wichiko Gathero. Friends call me Wawa. I'm calling in from the great city of Philadelphia, and I'm the proud founder and executive director of Black Girl Environmentalists. BGE is a national organization working to address the pathway and retention issue in the climate sector, particularly for Black women and Black gender expansive folks. So as a representative member of neyac, I will represent the interests of environmental advocates focused on connecting diverse community members, policymakers on local climate issues. My particular interest in that is really making sure that young people, and particularly youth of color, are being provided equitable access into the green economy space. While the US population is nearly 40% people of color, POC don't exceed a 12 to 16% green ceiling in the green economy space. And in order for us to have a just green job sector, it has to be representative of all of us. So I'm excited to bring those insights to this council, and I look forward to being able to discuss these issues alongside my fellow members. Thank you.
Thank you, Wawa. Next, we can go to Osa Senega Ayador.
Hi, everyone. I'm pleased to be here. My name is Osa Senega, calling from Boston, and I'm a student at Harvard College. I'm on the neyac representing the interest of science policy communicators focused on the correlation between environmental health and the impacts from climate change. As I said, I'm from Boston, but specifically a neighborhood in Boston, Hyde Park, whereas there has been a historical legacy of environmental injustice, and growing up, understanding the second-class priority of environmental health in my community, I wanted to start informing community members about this, and I started a podcast in August 2022, The Climate Doctor, No MD, to communicate to people from similar backgrounds the importance of the intricate link between environmental justice, environmental health, and climate change. Um, now that I have this role with the neyac, I'm very honored, and I want to promote community-based environmentally sustainable solutions that address the everyday challenges of life faced by people living in frontline communities on the battle against climate change. I think one perspective that I really am trying to emphasize is the fact that, many of the people here, we have had a very close connection with the natural environment for most of our lives for various reasons, and reminding us just how different it could be for people from certain communities, and trying to make sure that we address their everyday concerns so that we can also incorporate environmental health and environmental solutions as well.
Thank you, Osa Senega. I see Sophia Kiani has joined us. Sophia?
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I was having some technical issues, but it's so great to see everyone. I'm Sophia Kiani. I am a 22-year-old youth climate activist. I'm the founder and executive director of Climate Cardinals, which is a climate education nonprofit primarily focused on translating climate resources into over 100 languages, as well as helping to connect people with climate opportunities in their communities. And then I also worked with the UN on their youth advisory group on climate change for 2.5 years. And I now work with the UN Foundation on additional kind of public engagement mechanisms to get young people especially involved in climate solutions. I really want to speak to the perspective of how people can specifically leverage their platforms and their unique understanding of kind of the challenges that their communities face when it comes to climate change to implement better climate solutions. So I'm really excited for this meeting, and it's an honor to be in all of your company.
Thank you, Sophia. I know Christy Drutman is not on yet, but she will be joining us later, and she did send me a quick little intro for her. So Christy Drutman is from Weehawken, New Jersey, and represents the interests of environmental advocates working at the intersections of media, diversity, and environmentalism, and advancing opportunities for green careers. With that, we'll now focus on the neyac members here in person. Alexandra Angerman.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alexandra Angerman, and I'm from Wrangell, Alaska, EPA Region 10, also the land of the Stikingquan people. I am representing the interest of organizations that work with tribal communities in remote areas that experience firsthand the impacts of climate change. My adopted father is Tlingit and Japanese, and my mother has Cherokee roots, and I am the head of my local tribal government environmental department, and I am also pursuing a Master's of Professional Science in Environmental Studies. So, goodness chiefs for having me here today.
Thank you, Alexandra. Next, we will hear from Rachel Brule.
Eletu se uchefayat Rachel, akanume uchefayat Iliat mecha Brule, Oma Sea, Chiramacha Sea, Balbasa mecha Misha Sepokne Ametele. So hello, my name is Rachel Billiat, and I'm from the banks of the Mississippi River near New Orleans. I am Homa in Chitamacha, and I represent the interest of Indigenous people who have experienced the impacts of climate change and environmental degradation firsthand. When I was very young,
I would excitedly tell my mother that the factories around us were creating the clouds. And she would correct me and have to say, they're not creating the clouds, they were poisoning them. Where I live in Southeast Louisiana, the swamps and forests that have always protected and provided for my people and for our communities are in danger from environmental degradation, from the companies and interests that are going on around us. Trees become skeletons and forests are becoming ghosts. We are left vulnerable to the pollution that surrounds us when this happens. Everyone in my immediate family, from my mother to my siblings, are asthmatic. When we go on our trips away from where I live, where there's less pollution and less of these things going on, we don't struggle as much as we do when we're home. And I am excited and to be part of the neyac and to do this work with the EPA as a way to protect my homelands and move forward so I will no longer have to leave to be healthy for us and our future generations. So Yokoki, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Rachel. Next, we have Nicholas Blumenthal.
Good morning to those of you joining us in person and online. It's truly a pleasure to be here today. My name is Nick Blumenthal, and I'm from Sioux City, Iowa, representing the perspectives of food security and agricultural communities on the neyac. This perspective is especially personal to me. Growing up in the American Midwest with immigrant grandparents, we shopped for the flavors of our heritage at the back of a gas station. We were never taught about concepts like portion control or what a healthy diet looks like. And my family tree reads the names of diabetes, heart disease, and obesity. Having overcome my own dietary struggles, I only years later recognized the fortunate circumstances that enabled me to make that substantial life change, and how food security and health extends beyond the grocery store, but back to the farms and land upon which we rely on. I'm now dedicated to alleviating the challenges of food insecurity and nutritional deficiency for communities at home and across the world. Food and agriculture is oftentimes perceived as a significant contributor to the detrimental effects of climate change. However, our industry is also poised to be a significant contributor to its solution. As a food systems activist, I aspire to leverage science and technology to combat food insecurity and malnutrition. My prior experience has traditionally been at UN levels, where I've engaged with the international food and agriculture negotiations at the UN Committee on World Food Security, as well as representing the global private sector mechanism on these world stages. I spend my time traveling across the world, meeting with smallholder farmers and political leaders alike, while advocating for food security and regenerative agricultural policies at multilateral forums across the world. I've represented North America and the United States on numerous of the world's youth agricultural policy delegations, and have engaged with international finance institutions, multilateral development agencies, and the UN Food and Agricultural Organizations. Within the US, I've previously been fortunate enough to engage with the Biden administration at the second ever White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health, and it's truly an honor to be involved with the neyac here today and be able to contribute my perspective on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Next, we have Colton Buckley.
Well, howdy and good morning. My name is Colton Buckley, and I'm from Gatesville, Texas, appointed to neyac to represent the interest of rural and agricultural communities. I proudly serve as the Chief Executive Officer of the National Association of Resource Conservation and Development Councils, a national nonprofit network dedicated to advancing agricultural conservation efforts and fostering rural economic and community development. We assist over 180 RC&D councils nationwide and work with local community leaders, state agencies, and stakeholders in the private sector to support rural communities and America's farmers and ranchers on a daily basis. Some of my civic activities have included serving on the Governor of Texas Young Texan Steering Committee, the Texas Commissioner of Agriculture's Advisory Council, the Texas A&M University System Board of Regents, and the Workforce Solutions of West Central Texas Board of Directors. I've got a bachelor's degree in agriculture services and development from Tarleton State University, and a master's degree in communication. I'm currently pursuing a PhD in public policy. I grew up on my grandparents' Brangus cow-calf operation in Arnett, Texas, population 15. I imagine this is the first time Arnett's been brought up in a federal advisory council meeting, and have always been an advocate for agriculture and the revitalization of rural communities. My true passion for rural resiliency comes from my experience learning to live with the land and learn from it through a childhood working in the pasture with my late grandfather. Like thousands of agriculture producers, a drought a decade ago nearly shuttered my own family ranch. Rural communities face unique obstacles in responding and preparing to climate change due to limited economic diversity, an aging population, and naturally, the isolation of rural communities. Many in rural communities live with and make their living from the land, so it's vital we have a seat at the table, and I'm honored to be appointed to represent the millions of young Americans residing and working in rural America.
Thank you, Colton. We'll now move over to Meghana Kunapareddy.
Hi, everyone. My name is Meghana Kunapareddy, and I'm from Houston, Texas. I was appointed to the neyac to represent the interests of environmental educators who are focused on incorporating climate education and environmental justice into school curriculums. As a senior in high school, especially in Texas, I've noticed that over the last few years in schools, we've barely been taught anything about environmental justice or even climate education, which is absolutely unacceptable. As a debater myself, even though I've learned about these subjects outside of school, I found that most of my peers don't know anything about it. And living in Houston, right along the ship channel, not only are environmental justice effects apparent across our city, but I've noticed that most of my own peers don't even know the struggles that our neighbors are facing. As part of the neyac, I hope to represent the interests of students across Texas who want to learn more about climate education and students across the country who not only aren't being taught this in schools, but need to be being taught this. In Texas itself, I've worked with over 50 school districts to incorporate student-led climate education that's led by students. However, we need to be being taught this in schools, and I'm extremely honored to be a part of the neyac, and I'm hoping to make sure that students across the country are able to have their needs represented in the classroom.
Thank you, Meghana. Next, we'll have Lisette Perez.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lisette Perez, and I'm representing the interests of environmental advocates from disadvantaged communities. I was born and raised in the great city of Chicago, where growing up, I would oftentimes hear "don't go outside" because it's deemed as dangerous. This would later on carry into my adulthood, where I was very scared to go outside. The outdoors were deemed as scary, so up until now, I was scared of the outdoors. But it wasn't until I attended college where I was exposed through my studies about the beauty of the outdoors and was able to go outside confidently to visit forests, national parks, national forests. And I'm really excited about that I'm very much breaking that stereotype about the outdoors being scary, especially coming from a city like Chicago. And being a part of this council, I'm very happy that I can collaborate with these great individuals and learn more on how I can make change, not only in my community, but for future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisette. Next, we have Asada Rashidi.
Good morning, everyone. So as mentioned, my name is Asada Rashidi. I am a proud native of Newark, New Jersey, with the deeply committed to advocating for environmental justice. I am currently the environmental justice organizer for South Ward Environmental Alliance, a alliance of residents and community-based organizations with a focus on environmental justice issues in the South Ward of Newark, New Jersey. We have a mission to cultivate healthy and vibrant neighborhoods by ensuring residents' voices are heard and that they are active participants in the decision-making policies that impact their neighborhood. I also serve as the chair of the Environmental Justice Committee for the Newark branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Through my work with the South Ward, I've learned that the South Ward is negatively impacted by diesel pollution from the port, the airport, railroads, as well as several industrial facilities. We are literally the backyard to the second largest port in the country. In addition, more than 4,000 of these trucks travel through our roads of our local communities. Newark is the largest city. Newark is the largest city in New Jersey, and in our city, 1 in 4 children are diagnosed with asthma, and this is 3 times the national average. And in my household, it was 2 out of 3 children. It is important to prepare our next generation of leaders. Our community is changing and facing severe effects from the pollution that we are experiencing from these industries and vehicles, commercial vehicles. I want to make sure that we are raising our voices and making sure we are raising our awareness on the environmental issues that cities like mine and others across the nation are experiencing. We must be prepared to carry on the torch that the elders in the environmental justice movement has passed on. And I am excited to represent on the National Environmental Youth Advisory Council the interests of environmental justice and disadvantaged communities focused on creating equitable and climate change solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Asada. Next, we will hear from Paige Siragotis.
Hello, everyone, both virtually and in person. I know there's a lot of people in person. My name is Paige Siragotis, as was mentioned, and I'm from Durham, North Carolina. I'm representing the interests of psychology and mental health and how that intersects with environmental justice and the environment in general. Currently, I'm a student at UNC Chapel Hill, and I'm a sophomore in undergrad. I'm pursuing a Bachelor of Science in Psychology with 2 minors, neuroscience and philosophy. So basically every degree that has to do with how people think and behave. All of my endeavors work towards my goal of understanding people and using that information to make people happier. I work in a lab doing research on Parkinson's disease right now. I also write 2 blogs for a mental health group practice where we explore fulfillment, happiness, and deeper life meaning. For the past 9 years, I volunteered for a local charity in Durham, North Carolina called A Lot of Love, where we refurbish and redesign homeless shelters to make them safer, more dignified, and inspirational places for the residents there, because we think it's really important, again, as we're going to discuss the environment, making people, want to go out and do things and be inspired. So as we know, the state of our environment plays a huge role in our health and both physically and mentally in our society. And we've seen a rise in climate anxiety. The deputy administrator actually mentioned this. And in recent years, environmental topics have become extremely polarizing. And it's important to create effective messaging around the environment and really encourage more dialogue between groups about these issues and, have effective communication. And with my interest in psychology and the environment, I hope to use my knowledge of the human psyche to understand various people's perspectives and motivate people to do the right thing for our environment.
Thank you, Paige. Next, we will hear from Gabriel Nagel.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gabriel Nagel, and I'm from Denver, Colorado. And I was selected to represent the interests of American public school students interested in changing local policy. Growing up in Colorado, I was always quite close to nature. I remember that I would be able to camp, hike, and ski. Yet, as each year passed, I watched as there was less snow and as it was getting warmer over every summer. Then, in 2017, I was evacuated in a wildfire across my home. And while I was safe and my family was safe, it led me to realize that climate change isn't just an issue of the future. It's an issue of the present that is having real and substantial impacts on people across America and across the world. I've watched as climate change has made wildfires more frequent and intense in my community, as it's made typhoons impacting my family in the Philippines, and as it's even canceled school due to excessive heat. These realities are not what our youth should be living through, and not what I'm facing or anyone else in this council. After seeing such an impact that climate change had on my community, I was determined to take action. I began at a local level, getting involved with protests and my city's own Sustainability Advisory Council. Then I started the youth-led nonprofit called Light CO2, which aimed to guide individuals on how to take action to reduce their own carbon footprints and also share their own stories and perspectives on climate change. By high school, I realized that I needed to take more substantial action, and recognizing that my school district was a significant contributor to climate change, comprising some 200 schools and 90,000 students, I sought to advance a climate justice policy that focused on uplifting our own voices, advancing environmental education, and ensuring that all of the students in our district had equitable access and support throughout the environmental crisis. This policy passed just a few years ago, and it marked itself as one of the first climate justice policies in the United States, recognized by Vice President Harris as a model for future climate policies in school districts across the nation. I've continued to take action at the climate crisis, from my involvement in the United Nations Association as a global goal ambassador for climate action, and also organizing events such as the Local Conference of Youth, LCOY, which seeks to support and advance youth climate voices within the United States. Currently, I'm a student at Stanford, studying international relations with a minor in economics and earth systems, where I hope to gain the critical education and knowledge to help fight for a livable future for us all, and pursue a potential future in federal climate policy or potentially international climate policy. NEyac is an incredible opportunity, and today is really a historic moment. I'd like to thank EPA Administrator Michael Regan for setting up this council, and our designated federal officer, Carissa, for helping us come along this far. I'm so excited to get involved with all of my fellow council members who all truly have incredible stories to tell. And I'm excited to fight for our future, because we as youth deserve to live in a future where we don't have to worry about the constant impacts of climate change, the future of this planet, and where we can breathe clean air. I'm excited to fight for the future of youth and represent my community on NEyac with my fellow council members as I serve as chairperson alongside Kiara O'Brien.
Thank you, Gabriel. Next, we will hear from Kiara O'Brien.
Thanks, Carissa. And just want to start by saying good morning and thank you to everyone here at EPA who has made this possible, and to all of my fellow NEyac council members. It is truly an honor to be here with all of you. My name is Kiara O'Brien. I'm 25 years old. I was born and raised in Ketchikan, Alaska, but I'm currently living here in Washington, D.C. Whenever I talk about the work that I do, I always feel the need to start with Alaska, my home. My parents were park rangers in the national park system in Yosemite and Glacier when they were in college. They weren't from Alaska, but they soon found their way there. They're now public school educators, and that very much influenced my own background and experience growing up. My childhood, a lot like some of the others have described, was spent outdoors, hiking, fishing, hunting, being in nature. And when I moved to the East Coast for college, I attended Harvard College for undergrad. I soon realized I had had a very different experience than many Americans growing up, that my background was not particularly common, and that influenced how I interacted with my peers. And I soon sought those communities that had an understanding of how I looked at the world in the community around me. So I got involved with carbon pricing, which is a niche issue, a niche approach to climate change. But that was where I found the most potential in bridging the gap that exists in how Republicans and Democrats are looking at environmental and climate issues. I co-founded an organization called Students for Carbon Dividends while I was an undergrad and worked on revenue neutral carbon pricing for about 3.5 years. When I graduated college with a degree in government and a focus on technology science, I spent a bit of time on Capitol Hill, and now I work for a renewable energy developer working on getting offshore wind in the United States. Again, I just want to say thank you all for being here. This is really, truly an important moment, as Gabriel said, and I'm excited to be working with all of you for the next 2 years.
Great. Thank you, Kiara. Thank you for all of those great introductions. For those of you joining us from the public, you can definitely find more full bios of each of the NEyac members on the NEyac webpage. So with that, we will now begin to move into our first presentation of the day. The title of this presentation is an educational overview of EPA. Our presenter is Vicky Arroyo, the Associate Administrator for EPA's Office of Policy. Vicky oversees a diverse portfolio that includes regulatory policy and management, climate adaptation, environmental economics, community revitalization, the National Environmental Policy Act, and much more. Prior to joining EPA, Vicky served 12 years as the Executive Director of the Georgetown Climate Center. where she was also a professor from practice at Georgetown Law and director of the Environmental Law and Policy Program. For a decade prior, she directed the Pew Center on Global Climate Change Domestic Policy Program while managing the center's work on science, environmental impacts, adaptation, and economics. Vicki Arroyo.
Well, thank you so much, Carissa. And wow, what an impressive group. I just have to say, listening to your bios and what motivated you to work on these issues, it's just really inspiring. And I was happy to be at the launch event as well. So really great to see some of you again in person. As you've heard, I'm Vicki Roy. I'm the Associate Administrator for the Office of Policy. But I want to say I started my career at EPA as a career civil servant when I was roughly your age, early 20s, right out of graduate school. And I've had the opportunity to work at EPA 3 times now. So it's really wonderful in 3 different offices. And like many of you, I grew up interested in environmental issues because I grew up in South Louisiana, which of course has, pollution associated with the chemical and petrochemical industry there, as you've heard from some of your members. And so that was, a motivating factor for me growing up in New Orleans and being concerned about my family's drinking water from some of the pollution that was dumped into the Mississippi River, which is the source of our water, upstream. So what you all are saying, really resonates with me both personally and professionally. And I know you'll probably hear a lot of these stories today, like back when I was your age, so anyway, that's mine. But what I've been asked to do is to give you a whirlwind tour of what we do at EPA. And I've really tried to work and not make it too dry with a lot of charts. And there's some of that, I will say. But I want to walk you through EPA's origin story at a high level, some of the landmark environmental laws that we implement, because we can only do what we are authorized to do and funded to do. And so we regulate under those statutes. Some early successes, our mission and tools that we use to accomplish it, new opportunities that you might help us with, and challenges that we are facing and that you might actually have some perspective on, and of course, how you fit in, though, of course, Janet McCabe did a great job on that as well. Prior to the creation of EPA in 1970, concerns were growing from environmental neglect and much worse. As you can see in these slides, air quality was really terrible across US cities. From coast to coast, millions of people were exposed to dangerous levels of air pollution. And in the 60s and 70s, support was building among the public and policymakers for taking serious action on a national scale to protect our public health and our environment. Similarly, waters were used as a dumping ground. You may have seen this iconic picture of the Cuyahoga River fire. It was one of many times it caught fire. This one happens to be in the summer of 1969 from the waste that was dumped in it, inflammable. But waterways were polluted from coast to coast and everywhere in between, as industry thought that the solution to pollution was dilution in our water bodies. But of course, it came at great expense to public health and the environment. In April 1970, our first Earth Day was observed. Roughly 20 million people attended events at tens of thousands of sites across the US, including schools, universities, parks, and cities. Young people, as you can see from some of these slides, were a critical source of the energy behind this new movement. Some of these folks, I will say, not necessarily the ones pictured, but some of the people who went to these protests later joined EPA because EPA itself was created in 1970. As a result of the heightened public concerns about deteriorating air quality, our natural areas littered with debris, poisoned rivers and streams, and more, President Nixon worked with Congress to consolidate many environmental responsibilities that were already within the federal government under one agency, a new Environmental Protection Agency. And you see here a picture of the swearing in of our first administrator, William Ruckelshaus, who took the oath of office on December 4th, 1970. That's still observed as EPA's birthday. Administrator Ruckelshaus directed EPA in his tenure now in 1970 when this picture was taken, but also when he came back to the agency later to follow the science and follow the law in achieving our mission to protect public health and the environment. In that same decade, we saw passage of several landmark environmental laws. This slide lists some of the most important environmental laws that have been enacted in that crucial first decade. Obviously, there are even more now, and some of these have been amended over the years. These enabling statutes serve as the foundation of EPA's authorities, and they determine what areas we work in and the contours of our work, as opposed to, for example, work that other agencies like DOE or DOT might be directed to do under their statutes. And then we promulgate regulations to implement these laws. Since 2020, EPA turned 50 years old then, and it also celebrated in 2020 the 50th anniversary of the signing of the Clean Air Act amendments, which was a landmark piece of legislation that's led to significant environmental and public health benefits across the US as EPA went on to regulate the air pollution under that statute. And you can see here in this graph the improvements in air quality for a range of pollutants since 1990. Between 1970 and 2019, emissions of common air pollution dropped 78%, while the US gross domestic product grew 285%, and total private sector jobs increased by 223% over the same period. In fact, half a century of experience with the Clean Air Act demonstrates that clean air and a healthy economy go hand in hand. If you look at that chart on the left, the lines that are trending up significantly show the robust growth in our economy as measured in GDP and vehicle miles traveled. Even as we flattened energy consumption and decreased pollution, those are the lines that are trending downward. We don't have to choose between clean air and a strong economy. We've proven at EPA that we can do both. And the graph on the right shows the number of unhealthy air days decreasing over time, reducing impacts that cost families experiencing them and society as a whole, from missed school days and work days, hospitalizations, and even deaths. The Clean Water Act establishes the structure for regulating discharges of pollutants in waters and sets quality standards for surface waters. One key program under the Act established requirements for regulating and limiting point sources of pollution, that is, pollution discharged into waterways from sources such as pipes from industrial facilities and wastewater treatment plants. Non-point source pollution from runoff is also a significant issue. We fund projects to protect waterways and reduce the types and amounts of pollution in runoff. We partner with states and communities providing funding and technical assistance through the Clean Water State Revolving Funds to help water utilities repair and upgrade infrastructure and to prepare for future climate change impacts. So this is part of our drinking water office, our Office of Water, which includes a drinking water office as well. And we're, of course, privileged to live in a country where we can take our quality of water that we're drinking today from the tap for granted. We can assume that we can safely drink it without pathogens, in part due to our regulations and the investments that I just talked about in terms of our treatment plants. New pollution is being reviewed on a regular basis to see whether or not new contaminants should come under our regulation. We so far established drinking water standards for over 90 contaminants. And in 2023, we've proposed improvements to our lead and copper rule and new standards for the forever chemical PFAS. So you see that up on the screen, and we'll be finalizing these rules this year. Similar to our air and water serving as a dumping ground in those early years, toxic and hazardous wastes were piled up on land across the country with little accountability and terrible impacts to soils, groundwaters, and surface waters across the US and to human health as well. This slide includes images from Love Canal in Niagara Falls, New York, and other sites. In the 1940s and 50s, the Occidental Chemical Corporation used the abandoned Love Canal to dispose of over 21,000 tons of hazardous chemicals. The drums leaked and contaminated soil and groundwater. This makeshift landfill was then covered with soil in 1953 and leased to the local Board of Education, where an elementary school and many homes were built nearby. Following these reports of the contamination, President Jimmy Carter issued an emergency declaration in 1978, and the severity of the site's contamination also catalyzed legislation being passed in the form of the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act, also known as CERCLA, but you also might know that as Superfund in 1980, because it also included fees for the companies that were the polluters to finance these cleanups. The office that is over this part of EPA's work, OLM, also manages not just Superfund, but the cleanup of waste that is still moving through the system, newly generated waste through the RCRA program. And OLM also responds to emergencies, oil spills, and other disasters, including the recent Maui fires and the train derailment in East Palestine. This is a map showing a cancer cluster of childhood leukemia cases much higher than the national average that were that were experienced in Woburn, Massachusetts from chemicals, including TCE, that leached into the community's water supply. You might have read the book or seen the movie A Civil Action about a lawsuit related to this cancer cluster. Back then, it often took lawsuits to really bring companies to justice because we did not have strong chemical safety laws to evaluate the way toxic chemicals were made and used in the first place. That changed in 2016 when the Toxic Substances Control Act was amended to give EPA additional authorities, including to set requirements for how a chemical can be made or used so we can avoid making future Superfund sites and avoid polluting our drinking water with cancer-causing chemicals and avoid risking more people's lives. To the right of the slide, you'll see a picture of Senator Markey joining our Assistant Administrator of this office, Dr. Michal Friedhoff, for an announcement of a proposed TCE ban after an event that included parents of children who lost their lives back then. That same Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention also works to reduce the exposures of lead from paint and dust, along with other EPA offices that eliminate lead in our gasoline, that's the Office of Air, or lead pipes carrying drinking water, our Office of Water. And this chart shows the progress that EPA and other federal agencies are making to get the lead out. Lead exposure reduces IQ in children who are exposed with lifelong consequences, and it also has cardiovascular impacts on adults. Our work continues as there's no safe level of lead, and the benefits to society of reducing exposure is enormous. Of course, our environmental laws are only successful if the regulated communities and entities comply with them. So it's critical that we have an office, the Office of Enforcement and Compliance Assurance, or OECA, that works on compliance and enforcing penalties for polluters who flout our regulation. Most of our inspectors are located in the 10 regional offices so that they can be close to the field as they conduct inspections at facilities across the US. But unfortunately, as you well know, all communities have not benefited equally from environmental protection. And in the 80s and 90s, there was increased awareness of the location of polluting facilities, waste sites, and other public health threats in communities of color. And this was drawing attention, as you can see from these reports and marches. The picture on the slide shows an early protest in Warren County, North Carolina, where Reverend Dr. Ben Chavis was arrested for protesting a PCB landfill in a Black community. This slide shows the cover of one of EPA's early efforts to begin to address the inequities of environmental protection. This is a 1992 report to then EPA Administrator William Riley from a work group that he had established. The report found that racial minorities and low-income populations were disproportionately exposed to lead, selected air pollutants, hazardous waste facilities, contaminated fish tissue, and agricultural pesticides. It might be hard to see clearly in this image, but what you're looking at in this cover photo is actually children on a playground that is right at the fence line of an industrial facility. It's a powerful symbol of how important the issue is, but sorry that it's a little bit dated. Also in 1992, a small new Office of Environmental Equity, later named the Office of Environmental Justice, was formed with Clarice Gaylord, who I was privileged to know and work with, as its first leader. And of course, in this administration, our president and administrator have made EJ a huge priority, and I'm very glad that you'll be hearing from our colleagues at OEJ ECR today. Administrator Regan has traveled the country to areas most affected by pollution. These just happen to be a couple of pictures from my home state visit in Louisiana in fall of 2021, when we looked at Louisiana's chemical corridor, also known by many as Cancer Alley. And he's seen here talking to the residents and also prominent EJ advocates from that region, Dr. Beverly Wright and Sharon Levine. I've introduced you to the other national program offices, air, water, land, and chemicals. So I want to highlight and lift up our newest program office that was launched in September of 2022. Administrator Regan returned to Warren County, the site of that PCB protest 40 years later. And some of those same folks, including Reverend Ben Chavis, but also people that I showed you from Louisiana and other parts of the country, people like Dr. Wright and Sharon Levine and others were on hand to launch this new national program office. And this step is part of the administrator's goal of ensuring that EJ is in our DNA at EPA. Of course, another huge priority for this administrator and the president is climate change. And you all will know that the impacts are upon us, and you see just some of them pictured here. In my career, we've moved from projected impacts, where we thought we might see some of these changes, to observed impacts in our lifetime. And we're, of course, at EPA taking steps to both mitigate or reduce the greenhouse gas emissions that cause climate change, but also working to help respond and adapt to these impacts. You'll be hearing more from the Office of Air about tackling emissions. And I just wanted to mention that our Office of Policy also works on sustainability, things like smart growth and EV charging infrastructure, but also leads EPA's efforts to adapt to the impacts of climate change. So on this next slide, you see the work that we are doing under our Climate Adaptation Action Plan. We actually have these for each of the major program offices and regional offices as well, to ensure that we meet our mission despite the challenges of a changing climate, and to help others build resilience, including through our investments and our policies. And while we continue to tackle conventional pollution and face new challenges, we have even more challenges that are coming on the horizon, and you have brought some of these to our attention as well. Plastic pollution has become a major environmental and public health issue, with studies showing that plastic and microplastic pollution is virtually everywhere on the planet. Another emerging issue is around tire wear particles, and one ingredient, 6-PPD, has been shown to be lethal to coho salmon when it's carried by the runoff into water bodies. We're actively working to address this newly discovered contaminant. And I know many of you have already expressed concerns about food waste and the vexing problems associated with that, because the raising and the processing, preparation, and transport of food has a huge environmental footprint. So given that a great deal of food that's created for human consumption is not even consumed by humans, we know we can do better, and we really look forward to your advice on that front. And the final issue I'll mention here is PFAS, forever chemicals, linked to harmful health effects in humans and animals. Although these chemicals are not new, our understanding of them, the extent of their presence in the environment and in our food systems, and the threats they pose is continually evolving, and we have a cross-media PFAS roadmap to address that. Okay, here's the org chart. I tried to save you from it, but at some point it's really helpful. So this is a brief tour of what we've done. I've really mostly focused on the program offices, which on this org chart are down there on the left-hand side, but of course that's the bulk of the agency. In the middle bottom, you'll see some of the support offices that make our work possible, including the Office of Research and Development, which does science, our General Counsel's office, the Finance office, and then on the right, you'll see 10 regional offices, and I'll tell you a bit more about them in a minute. The Administrator's office is not as large as it looks on this chart, but because you work so much in this FACA with parts of the Administrator's office, I wanted to unpack that for you, because this is where you'll find the Office of Public Engagement and Environmental Education, the Office of Public Affairs, and the Policy Office, which I lead, among others. Just a word about our office. We have a central role in rulemaking, in economic analysis, environmental sustainability, climate resilience, and more. We also review other agencies' environmental impact statements under the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, including projects that have significant greenhouse gas emissions. For example, weighing in on the U.S. Postal Service procurement of electric vehicles, which we weighed in and helped them to raise that amount from 10% to a much higher percentage. But we generally are not the agencies that are actually promoting the big infrastructure projects themselves. We have a review role under NEPA. We have 10 regional offices located in some really great cities around the country, as you see on the left-hand slide, and they're led by an active team of regional administrators. And I know from social media that some of you have met the regional administrators and visited since you've been named to neyac. Our strategic plan is an important document that I wanted to share at a high level. This communicates EPA's vision, priorities, and strategies to accomplish the agency's mission over 4-year periods. This is our framework for planning and budgeting and the development of our work plans. This plan renewed commitment to the principles back from the time of Administrator Ruckelshaus: follow the science, follow the law, and be transparent. But Administrator Regan added a 4th foundational principle that you see at the top: to advance environmental justice, or I'm sorry, to advance justice and equity. And for the first time, our plan includes a strategic goal focused exclusively on addressing climate change and a new strategic goal to advance environmental justice and civil rights. These priorities are integrated throughout the plan's programmatic goals and cross-agency strategies. And importantly, our budget and performance reviews are linked to progress in the strategic plan. So this isn't just like a document that you work really hard on and it sits on the shelf. It's a living document that we really talk about on a regular basis. I noted earlier that our mission is to protect human health and the environment, and I want to talk about two key tools that we use to achieve that mission. We are a regulatory agency at heart, so I'm going to talk about developing regulations, but also funding projects and activities. First, twice a year, the federal government publishes a unified regulatory agenda, and this document reports on actions that agencies, including ours, plan to take in the near and long term. So it's a good way for you to get a chance to preview what is in store. But to bring this to life, I admit it's a little wonky. I want to share a brief snapshot of a recent rule that we finalized that has climate change, environmental justice, and conventional pollution benefits. This is a snapshot of our oil and gas or methane rule. And this air rule regulates many sources of methane, which is a potent greenhouse gas from the oil and gas sector for the first time. We took input on a proposed rule and we supplemented that proposed rule, took additional input. We reviewed, this is the Air Office, and incorporated our responses to roughly 1 million comments. And it was released at the International Climate Talks in December. You can see the administrator there at the Conference of Parties in Dubai. This rule has been crafted under a tried and true section of the Clean Air Act, developing standards of performance for various industrial sources of pollution. And as you can see, it's a real process, both inside the agency, with the federal family, outside input, and more. It reflects robust input across EPA, the federal family, stakeholders, and it also builds on what leading states are doing, states like New Mexico and Colorado, to reduce methane from this important sector. The projected benefits far exceed the cost at $97 billion with a B in net benefits. And they reflect new peer-reviewed estimates of the cost of the impacts of climate change itself, which we call the social cost of carbon. This is a team in my shop in the policy office that I'm very proud of. Their work and this rule in OAR's work is also complemented by Inflation Reduction Act investments and other policies that you see on this slide. And of course, we're so grateful to have $100 billion that we did not have when I rejoined EPA at the start of this administration in Inflation Reduction Act and bipartisan infrastructure law funding that, of course, is not just, for whatever, it has to be invested in accordance with these statutes. So you see some of the goals that are listed under each of those statutes with specific provisions that we are now implementing. So a snapshot for that, because there are so many different funding streams that are moving forward. I just want to give you a snapshot of one, the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program in the Air Office again. States and cities can plan and implement projects that lead to greenhouse gas emissions reductions in ways that work for them. The states and metropolitan areas highlighted on this map applied for the first round of planning grants. And we were thrilled that the vast majority of states, plus Puerto Rico and DC, applied for these planning grants. We also awarded planning grants to 82 metropolitan areas, 4 territories, and 92 tribes and tribal consortia. This slide shows the important sectors that relate to climate pollution that these jurisdictions can address according to their priorities and what makes sense for their states, communities, and tribes. So of course, the big ticket items, electric power, transportation, industry, and other sectors that relate to the pollution in their jurisdictions. Finally, the next slides are that applications are due this spring, and we will see, moving from planning to implementation, what these states, local communities, and tribes will achieve. Really exciting, so stay tuned on this one. I want to give you a brief snapshot on some other exciting news under the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is making possible huge investments in the cleanup of our lands and our water systems. I've talked about the standards that we've been promulgating for some time now under those statutes, like Superfund, which of course started in 1980, but this now complements those statutes and those funding mechanisms. Just yesterday, a new $1 billion was being released for cleanup activities at these Superfund sites. And so this has been part of a wave of $3.5 billion for Superfund cleanup under bill, with 80% of the investments going into communities with EJ concerns or likely EJ concerns. So this is much farther beyond the Justice 40 requirements under this administration. So very proud of what's happening in Superfund with bill support. Also in the water program, more than $50 billion to replace lead pipes, protect treasured waters, build drinking water and wastewater systems, including those that are resilient in the face of climate change. And again, just this month, EPA Administrator Regan and Vice President Harris were in Pittsburgh to announce a $5.8 billion investment in drinking water and clean water infrastructure upgrades nationwide. And of course, all this work requires new staff. So I'm hoping that you all and the audience will consider ultimately having a career at EPA along the way, in addition to these new resources, which are, of course, are allowing us to staff up, as you see on this virtual hiring webinar that Deputy Administrator McKay led and is still posted on our website. We also have turnover because, as I said, many people joined EPA in the early days and stayed with us and made a career here, but are now of retirement age. So there really are opportunities. I'm hoping that you will tell your friends to consider looking at USA Jobs and the wonderful opportunities that are happening here at headquarters, but really around the country in the regional offices as well. And then finally, back to neyac. neyac, as Janet said, offers a really unique opportunity to serve and engage with us as our trusted advisors, to engage with EPA leadership across all the offices in the regions that I've highlighted here. So I just want to end by saying we really appreciate your time and your talent, and we look forward to working with you and to learning from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vicki. That was a really great, in-depth, insightful, and educational overview of EPA. I know I, for one, have learned a few new things myself. So thank you so very much. I know we're a bit ahead of schedule, but we are going to go ahead and now break for 15 minutes. So we will return at 10:40. 10:40, yes. Yeah, we'll go ahead and break and return at 10:40, and we'll begin our second presentation for today. All right, well, great. Thank you, everyone, and welcome back. We are going to begin with our second presentation of today. The topic is environmental justice. I'm going to take a quote from Vicki, and that environmental justice, also known as EJ, is part of EPA DNA. And we have a great presenter with us today from the Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights, Kareem Marshall. Kareem is the inaugural Senior Advisor for the Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights in EPA's newly formed national program. Kareem brings a deep background working on environmental justice and implementing environmental justice policies and programs from his prior experience within the Executive Office of the Mayor for the District of Columbia. Kareem also served as Assistant General Counsel in the DC Department of Public Works and as a Chief of Environmental Justice and Legislative Director with the DC Department of Energy and Environment. Kareem.
Do a little sound check before we get started. So first off, thank you, commissioners, for allowing us to come and talk to you, to present these charges, and to have this conversation with you. I am going to use my timer to make sure that I do not exceed 30 minutes so that we can save the time that's necessary for the most important part of this conversation, the questions from you. Now, before we get started, I want to sort of do some general rules for the conversation. Our goal as an agency, as a national program within the agency, is to get the best possible feedback from you. Now, what that means is that you have collective wisdom and unique experiences. There's power in that. There's also value in the fact that you are youth, and the fact that you are a collection of youth is a unique circumstance. And I want to give a hat tip to our administrator for recognizing that the collective power of youth being aggregated in a single place provides a very unique power in a very unique circumstance. Now, what that means on your end is that you have to ask questions. You may have to ask hard questions. You may have to ask questions that seem to you like they would be otherwise basic questions, but there's tremendous value in you being willing to question the status quo. You will be able to find relatively quickly whether or not something is the way it is based off of sound logic, sound policy, or sound science, or if it just is the way it is. You'll know by the responses. So don't be afraid to ask questions that might seem like answers that you should already have. And then finally, a tip. This is me going into professor mode. A tip. It looks like you're already doing this. I just want to say it explicitly. Please make sure you connect with each other. There's so much power in each of you individually, and you will be greater than the sum of your parts. We're super excited to work with you. And with that, I'll jump into my presentation. Now, before I get started, I wanted to thank some of the folks in the Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights, because I didn't put this presentation together by myself. The office does not exist by itself. I'm a conduit. So I wanted to give a shout out to Hannah Donnert, Julie Childers, Danny Giddings, Grace Smith, and all the other members of OEJ ECR that helped put this presentation together and facilitated my being here today. Okay. So what we're going to do is go through 3 areas. We're going to give you a background on EPA's Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights that will build on what Vicki has already presented. We'll give some background on the charge topics, and then we'll present the charge questions and have a discussion about that. That's going to bleed into the question area. So what I'm going to try to do is go through the 5 charge questions. If at any point when we switch over to questions, you need to go back, I have the clicker so we can go back to any of the individual questions you may have questions on, okay? All right. So what you have before you is an org chart. Most people are not excited by org charts. I find them to be wonderful because org charts tell a story. And the great thing about OEJ ECR is that our org chart shows an amalgamation of resources. Our office started as 3 different functions. The Office of Environmental Justice, which was essentially our arm out into the community, our way of ensuring that environmental justice policies and resources were either implemented or connected with communities directly. Our Office of External Civil Rights Compliance, which deals with complaints related to any of the laws that we have on the books that protect people from discrimination. Most significantly, Title VI of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, which prohibits the use of federal funds in any program that is discriminatory. And then finally, our Conflict Prevention and Resolution Center, which is a huge part of making sure that we're connecting communities with potentially counterparties, but potentially with solutions. They're like our in-house mediator body. Now, what you have before you is the information of the office. And this office, again, is an amalgamation of 3 prior functions. And the idea is that these individual functions don't exist in silos. They work together. So we aren't just looking at complaints in a community. We aren't just looking at deploying grant resources in a community. And we aren't just looking at rebuilding the connections between members of a community. We're trying to put together a holistic approach that allows us as a national program to facilitate spreading environmental justice in these communities, but also coordinates with the other national programs and the rest of the agency. So you can see the individual offices. The 2 bigger buckets are the Office of Community Support, which houses our Grants Management Division, and our Community Engagement and Assistance Divisions. And those 2 offices are responsible for deploying resources to communities, one being financial resources, which we'll talk about in a little bit of detail later, and the other being technical assistance to make sure that communities have access to the collective wisdom of not just what we've developed here at EPA, but what other communities have developed throughout the country. We can help them identify best practices. The Office of Policy, Partnerships, and Program Development, which we interchangeably will call either 3PDO or O3PD. But the 3 sub-offices within this unit allow for Policy and Analysis Division, which is the more substantive science-based and policy-based organ within our office. The Partnerships and Collaboration Division, which again allows us to connect with externals and internally. And then our Program Development and Learning Division, which is about capacity building within EPA programs internally and nationally at the regions. The Office of External Civil Rights is an investigatory body. Complaints come in, we will do a jurisdictional review to determine whether or not any complaint that comes in meets the 4 jurisdictional requirements. Is it an entity that we've given money to? Is the complaint in writing? Does it allege a discriminatory act? And has it occurred within 180 days, which is the statute of limitations, the regulatory limitation timeframe that we have on whether or not we can accept a complaint? If a complaint meets those requirements, we go through a more robust analysis to determine what the basis of discrimination is, and then an investigation moves forward. So, the background of the office. We exist to coordinate between EJ, environmental justice, and external civil rights priorities across the agency's national programs. So those are the 6 national programs that showed up in Vicky's presentation, and across the 10 regions, within the administrator's office, and across our partnership with other federal agencies and co-regulators in the state, tribal, local government, and other communities. Now, this implicates a principle called shared federalism or cooperative federalism, in that the federal government has its wheelhouse within which it has supremacy, and the state governments have its wheelhouse, which are reserved to them through the 10th Amendment. It's a interesting dynamic between the state and the federal governments as far as who has primacy or the lead in any particular area. And as cooperative federal partners, we're always looking for opportunities to facilitate the work of the federal government and of our state governments to make sure that they're protecting the rights and the health of our citizens. The office also exists to provide resources and other technical assistance on civil rights and environmental justice. We engage with communities with EJ concerns, and we provide support for community-led action. As I said earlier, we also enforce federal civil rights laws. We lead off with Title VI because it's essentially the landmark law, but there are other laws prohibiting discrimination on the basis of race, color, or national origin, including the basis of limited English proficiency, which is considered a version of national origin discrimination. Discrimination based on sex, disability, or age by applicants, and any recipient of federal financial assistance from EPA is subject to this jurisdiction. Our Conflict Prevention and Resolution Center is our primary resource for services and expertise in alternative dispute resolution, environmental conflicts, consensus building, and collaborative problem solving. We currently use this organ to resolve a lot of the complaints that come through with Title VI complaints. The vast majority of our complaints are resolved through a process called informal resolution, which is essentially we bring the complaint to the recipient, which would be the state. We identify what the alleged complaint is, and then we work together, leaning back on that cooperative federalism approach to try to get the state to voluntarily adopt measures that will be corrective and protective. So you've heard the term environmental justice bandied about. And even in the creation of your FACA, there was a lot of focus on environmental justice. For the purposes of this discussion, the definition that we're using for environmental justice is the one that we're presenting here. This does not mean that this is the only acceptable definition of environmental justice. However, for the purposes of our discussion, it's important that we have a common definitional experience. So the definition that we're using is the just treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of income, race, color, national origin, tribal affiliation, or disability, in agency decision-making and other federal activities that affect human health and the environment, so that people are fully protected from disproportionate and adverse human health and environmental effects, which includes risks and hazards including those related to climate change, the cumulative impacts of environmental and other burdens, and the legacy of racism or other structural or systemic barriers. And making sure that we have equitable access to a healthy, sustainable, and resilient environment in which we live, play, work, learn, grow, worship, and engage in cultural and subsistence practices. It's a long definition, and we understand that there is variability in how EJ is defined. Like we're not trying to impose this as a single acceptable definition, but for the purposes of the charge, it's important that we are operating from a common framework. So this is the framework that we're providing. As we get to discussions about the charge, if you want to have conversations about expanding or growing the definition, you can do that in your response. But for the purposes of framing the charge questions that we're giving you, we wanted to make sure that we provided a definition for you to start with, and one that reflects the understanding that we have when we develop the questions. So resources. The president has said since before he was president, don't tell me your priorities, show me your budget, and then I'll be able to tell you what your priorities are. And under this administration, we've gotten a serious dedication of resources, not just to my national program, but to EPA as an agency as a whole. In the presentation earlier, you saw that there's $101 billion committed just in 2 bills. This is the first time that we've actually had such a large upfront commitment of dedication of resources to communities and causes that have needed these resources, have asked for these resources for decades, but haven't been able to get them. Now, our national program is responsible for the distribution of $3 billion of assistance through Environmental Justice Thriving Communities Program, which has 4 subsets associated with it. The first are technical assistance centers. What does that mean? A technical assistance center. Okay, cool. That sounds great. But what does it actually mean? If you are not a career bureaucrat or have not worked in the federal government for a few years, the federal government to most people in the country appears to be impenetrable. We have all of these resources, but most folks don't know how to get at those resources. And one of the great things about the approach that we're able to take under this administrator and in this administration is that we've acknowledged that. But we know that those barriers exist for a certain reason. They're controls. We want to make sure that the money is properly spent. We're able to track it. It's accountable. But in a lot of instances, there's a lot of bureaucracy that stands in between, especially communities that have been historically underinvested or disinvested from. They find those barriers to have additionality on top of the fact that they don't have political or social capital to be able to advocate for the allocation of funds. So as an administration, in cooperation with our other federal partners, we developed something called TIC-TACs. I like to say TIC-TACs first before saying what the acronym is because it catches your attention. TIC-TACs. They are not meant for your breath. They are Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Centers. And the sole purpose of these TIC-TACs is to lower barriers to communities that would be otherwise intentionally or unintentionally excluded from the resources that the federal government makes available. These TIC-TACs will teach communities how to apply for federal grants, how to track the dollars, how do they need to structure their entities if they're a nonprofit or a community group. How do you set yourself up so that you are able to compete for, win if you are qualified, and then responsibly manage the funds that the federal government has made aware. We have 13 TIC-TACs throughout the country, 1 in each region, and then there are 3 national ones. And the TIC-TACs are our answer for the solution of how do you make the resources of the federal government more accessible to the people who need them the most. We also have 3 grant programs. One is the Grant Makers Program. The Grant Makers Program provides an opportunity for intermediaries to step in and be able to distribute responsibly federal funds in smaller batches to communities that may not necessarily be ready for a large federal grant. And this Grant Makers Program is how we get to the solution of what if you have a community that doesn't necessarily have the resources to do controls on dumping or to do a community cleanup. And they may not necessarily have the ability to coordinate locally to get the resources for that. But if we have the ability, particularly if they're in an environmental justice community, how do we make sure that they get the resources to be able to address those needs in a way that advances equity, but is still quick and responsible? That's our goal here. We want to make sure that this money gets out the door responsibly, but we also want to make sure it gets out the door quickly. And these programs allow us to do that. Collaborative problem solving and government to government grants. This goes back to the concept of cooperative federalism that we talked about earlier. The states have responsibility, the federal government has responsibility. These aren't always bright line distinctions. So in a lot of instances, we're looking for opportunities for the federal government and state governments to come together and collaborate to come up with solutions that bedevil their communities, and we can work together on both the implementation and identification and provisioning of resources. And then finally, our big baby, the large one, the community change grant programs. This is a $2 billion commitment. This money is for transformative, catalytic projects that allow communities to look at the problems that have troubled them for years or decades, identify what can they do that will not just address the issue or maybe cover up the symptoms of it, but what do they need to do in that community that can be catalytic, that can change the game, not just for the people who work on the issue, but for the people who have the lived experience, who have to deal with issues of inherent pollution or problems with traffic or problems with air quality. This grant program allows them to identify the solution themselves and apply directly for funding to create catalytic change, meaningful change. So the goals of our assistance programs continue to be helping and supporting affected communities. We want to create self-sustaining, community-based partnerships that will improve the environmental health, climate resiliency, and overall human health of all the communities of our nation. Okay. So this one goes into a little bit detail on the source of the funds. So for the Environmental and Climate Justice Program, it's about $200 million for technical assistance. And that money is spread out over a time period. It's not all being spent in 1 year. It's being tiered out over, I believe, 3 to 4 years, so that these centers have the ability to get up, get started, get people in, start training, do the knowledge transfer, and build that capacity within communities. So far, we have awarded 98 collaborative problem-solving cooperative agreements. It's about $500,000 in grant funding. We've done 88 government-to-government cooperative agreements, and the governments, this is open to tribal governments too. So it's not just state and local, it's state, local, territorial, and tribal governments, and they get about $1 million in grant funding. And then our small grant program will support and empower communities working on solutions to local environmental and public health issues. And again, this program is set up to help communities understand and address exposure to multiple environmental risks and harms. We talked about the grant making, we talked about TikToks. Okay, so I want to get into the charge questions, and I have 10 minutes. So what I'm going to do is go through the 5 charge questions, and then I'll turn over to you guys to ask questions. Again, no question is a bad question. And if I don't have the answer, I'll get back to you. Okay. So under the umbrella of environmental justice and equity, we would appreciate it if the NEyac could consider these charges from EPA to enhance and improve our engagement with youth, in particular, those in communities with environmental justice concerns. First charge question: what barriers to awareness or access exist to empowering and connecting with youth in communities with EJ concerns for agency resources and outreach, such as environmental leadership, careers, or internships? So this goes back to the point that Vicki made earlier. We need staff. My national program is building up as a newly created national program, so we are looking to hire. But we also want to make sure that we have continuity in the agency as a whole. So we have a variety of opportunities for interested, energetic, new participants to come in and help shape EPA moving forward. So we would be very interested in hearing what approaches, processes, or strategies would you recommend that would enhance awareness and access? Charge question 2 is, how can EPA engage youth in environmental sustainability? How can young people actively promote innovation and implement sustainable ideas? How would you identify youth's vision for a just and sustainable future? The third charge question, how should EPA work with corresponding state, local, and/or tribal governments to ensure desired on-the-ground impacts and efforts to advance environmental justice come to fruition? Nested in this question is how do you know who's trustworthy? We are very much interested in hearing how youth would identify counterparties as reliable and rational, or just mostly reliable. So what do you consider as reliable, impactful engagement, and what is a good indicator of success? So what does good work look like? How do you know that it's worked? And how do you identify partners that are reliable partners? The fourth question is a larger one. And we're curious to find out what best practices, technologies, and/or platforms are best positioned to connect youth to environmental resources that EPA has available. Now, this includes, but is not limited to. So if you think of something else that isn't on this list, please feel free to add to it. But so far, we've identified green space access and preservation, cleanup efforts, grant opportunities, and policy developing opportunities, particularly for communities with EJ concerns. So this question is as much about the how as the what. How do we connect? But also, what should we be connecting you to? And then finally, the open-ended charge. We wanted to be humble and understand that we don't know everything, that we may have blind spots. So if there are topics related to environmental justice that are most urgent to you, please share them with us. We would find it extremely valuable to get that guidance and to get that perspective. So please feel free to use this as an opportunity or an invitation to provide additional priorities, additional things that you think we should focus on. We have you for 2 years. 2 years, right? We have you for 2 years. We fully intend to drain every piece of information out of you that we can. So please feel free to add additionals. Okay. I was able to stay within time. So if you have any questions, again, I am one person in an office of about 200. If I don't have the answer, I'll get you to the right person who does have the answer. We are tremendously honored that you have decided to give of your time and your skill set to us. We fully intend to make full use of you. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us. And with that, I will turn over control to the chairs and allow you to ask questions.
Thank you so much, Karim, for such an insightful and empowering presentation on environmental justice and youth. So now we are going to open up the floor to questions from the NEYAC Council members. As we're currently running ahead of schedule, NEYAC Council members will have until noon, so for approximately the next 50 minutes, to ask questions relating to the presentation. As a reminder, please raise the hand signal or use the meeting chat if you're joining us virtually today. And if you're here in person, raise your name tent. Please state your name and the interests that you represent before asking your question. Once you are done speaking, please take your virtual hand or name tent down. We will now begin the question and answer period. Paige.
Okay, hello everyone. Again, my name is Paige Siragotis and I represent the interests of psychology and the environment and the intersection of that. I know a lot of friends my age and people who I talked about like this council with had never really heard of environmental justice or what that really meant and how that implements in society. And as we know, environmental justice relies on community engagement and, people knowing what it is so we can hear everybody's opinions and the voices of all people. So how is the EPA kind of already spreading awareness and the word about environmental justice to ensure that the most people possible know what it is, and so that we can, hear their opinions on how it's affecting them?
Thank you for that question. So I'll say two things. One, we recognize that it is a constant effort to spread information, particularly in environmental justice communities, because they're not only living their lives, but they're dealing with the consequences of being in zones that have either been considered sacrifice zones or deliberately disinvested, or they have complicated lives. So getting them to be fully versed in a topic that can seem academic if it's not ground truth to them is something that we work on constantly. So what I can say is what we have been able to do and what we're trying to do moving forward. Part of our focus, and we've been blessed, honestly, as an office, we've been extremely blessed. We have a president that prioritizes this. He's done 2 executive orders just on environmental justice, updating the 12898 executive order from the Clinton administration. He's done a huge dedication of resources to the environmental justice space. And what our expectation is that as we further deploy these resources, like once this stuff starts to hit the community and people are able to see, okay, so getting rid of lead pipes may seem like a water infrastructure thing to someone who works in water infrastructure, but it's actually an environmental justice issue because of the consequences of lead in water, and particularly in communities that are under-resourced because they're more likely to have to drink tap water. They're more likely to live in communities that have questionable service lines. So they're more likely to have to deal with the consequences of a failure to fully deploy environmental justice principles. So we don't necessarily focus just on proselytizing the gospel of environmental justice. We focus more on the work. And the work is about getting resources to these communities. You can call it equity, you can call it environmental justice, you can call it infrastructure repair. But what the community tends to know is that they don't have, and other communities do have. So the idea is that we are creating a sense of equity across the country. I'm very much aware of the perception of environmental justice as something that only affects minorities, right? So whenever I go into a community and I have to talk about environmental justice, I am very deliberate to talk about instances of environmental justice that also impact poor communities. So it's not just about it's not just about historical discrimination or attempts to exclude certain populations. That's a piece of it. But there are poor people in Appalachia who are environmental justice communities, who are suffering from higher exposure to sulfur oxides, who have all kinds of environmental exposures that have nothing to do with their race, but definitely takes advantage of the fact that they are a community who doesn't have as much access to political power or social capital, who have to deal with runoff disproportionately from the extractive energies in their spaces. So they're just as important to make sure that we're serving as communities that have also been historically discriminated against based off of race, gender, national origin. What we're trying to do is build a country that's consistent with the promise of the founders, where everyone has an equitable opportunity to live a full and fruitful life. So partially it's about we're putting our money where our mouth is. We want to make sure that we're actually investing in communities that have historically been disinvested. So that's to the American people. Internally, as an agency, we have to build structures. That's how government works. We work with structures. So we have done a decent amount of work. Administrator Regan, building our national program is a huge step. Being able to say we have an organ within EPA that is tasked with prioritizing environmental justice as an approach, making sure that the national programs have access to the resources of the other national programs, but of the regions and best practices in states. Being able to serve as that clearinghouse, that consolidating effect, and then redistributing the information so that other bureaucrats, other government employees are making more informed, more equitable decisions.
Thank you so much for that response. Next, I actually wanted to check if the virtual participants had any questions so we don't forget about you there. Please, raise your hand. Perfect. Okay, Emmanuel.
Yes, and thank you so much for that presentation. I had a question about in regards to data collection, capacity building, and data analysis. I was hoping if you could elaborate a little bit more about how the EPA or how your office specifically collaborates with local governments, state governments, tribal communities as to how to identify where to direct these resources. Thinking just from personal experience in sort of my day job, we, for example, created an environmental justice map of a state, and the state legislators there were incredibly happy that we had this resource because they either did not have the capacity to do it on their own, either because of staff size or resources. And thinking of, I'm sure that's the case for smaller cities as well. And how does your office kind of collect that information and share that and provide technical assistance for local governments and state governments, et cetera?
Okay. So I'm gonna need to subsidize, I'm gonna have to supplement this answer because I know I don't know everything in this space. We have, and this is the Policy and Analysis Division, they lead the efforts on making sure that we have a strong scientific basis in anything that we do in EJ, but we also have the community collaboration unit that we have in order to make sure that we're working well with partners. But what I can tell you is this, I can point to two resources that I know to be tremendously well received by communities. We have a tool called EJ Screen. Who knows GIS? All right. So EJ Screen is a GIS-based tool. It's available on our website. It has grown over time from being an informational tool to now it is essentially the gold standard for access to information for communities. Many states have copied it over. They've replicated the format because it's a GIS tool, so it's not that difficult to replicate once you understand the baseline data layers. EJ Screen is constantly being updated. The idea is that we are getting information from the various national programs. We're taking the information in EJ Screen and then making it publicly available. We don't make conclusions for people using EJ Screen, but we do make the data available so that any community that's interested in noticing trends or the identification of any potential indicators has the ability to use EJ Screen as a tool to identify what they'd like to focus on. So we've gotten several instances wherein communities have used EJ Screen to identify trends for exposure, cancer clusters, overall adverse health risk, and impact in their communities. And that's not anything that we've done for them. We've just provided the data to them, and they've come back and said, it looks as if there's a cancer cluster here. What can you do about it? And that sort of back and forth is facilitated by data. And in the absence of that data, all we really have is anecdotal stories where someone can say, I go to a church and every Black woman in that church that's over the age of 62 has had breast cancer, right? So being able to instead say, within this radius, this is the normal expected incidence for cancer, and these are the exceedances that we've gotten. And that is a more scientifically defensible argument, even though there is tremendous power in being able to point to a community where every Black woman above a certain age has experienced breast cancer, but being able to identify this is the data that supports that story just provides a different set of tools. And then the other piece is the collaborative partnerships that we perform with local governments. And with local communities. A lot of times they come to us with a problem and they want our help in how to solve the problem. So we can provide a degree of consultation, we can connect them with resources, we can give them the opportunity to work through the problem themselves. And then one last piece. The Justice 40 initiative relies on a tool called CGIS, which we use to identify. So Justice 40 is an initiative of the federal government that 40% of the benefits of all of our spending are supposed to go to previously disadvantaged communities. CGIS as a tool actually is based off of census data tracks. And the identification of the communities that should be getting the benefits from J40 is identified based off of those data tracks within the CGIS tool. So there is a very strong linkage between available data and actual allocation of resources.
Thank you. And yeah, just for the note person, the reason I ask is I represent communities burdened with pollution.
Okay. And again, we can do additional resources and give you a longer readout of all of the programs that we have in place that facilitates this kind of work. But those are the three that come to top of mind when discussing what we have in place.
Great. Osenega, I see that you've raised your hand. We're actually going to go with Colton first, and then we'll go to you next. Okay, Colton.
Colton Buckley, representing rural and agricultural communities. First, thank you for the phenomenal presentation. You know, as we talk about, many of us here are involved in nonprofits and community based organizations. You covered a slide with grants, collaborative problem solving, cooperative agreements, the EJ government to government programs, and the EJ small business grant programs. How much of that is rolled out already? How much is being rolled out? I know in the IRA dollar specifically, you've got less than 60 months now or so to put out. And then in terms of communities I represent, rural communities, rural nonprofits, a lot of the time the barrier to entry to get involved in government programs, as you aforementioned, is match. So if you could just kind of give some context on what match may be required, when those processes are going to roll out this year.
Okay.
You spoke greatly on all of us being conduits to get that information and take it back to the individuals and communities we serve.
So I'm going to have to get back to you on the match requirements. We actually have materials that we can send out about all of the grants, and actually the presentation is hyperlinked. So it's got each of the eligibility and match requirements that are required for some, if there is a match requirement. For some of these, there isn't a match requirement. For the community change grants, that grant was made available at the end of last year. I believe it was November. We are doing rolling applications. So if you wanted to apply for any of the 2 billion in grants, that is open. We haven't made any announcements yet about awards, so I hesitate to do that right now. But what I can say is it has not been exhausted. So if people are interested in applying for any of the community change grants funding, that is definitely still available. We can follow up with you and give you a more robust explanation of what's been allocated, what's been spent, and what those projects look like.
Okay, and now we will move to Osenega.
Hi, Kareem. Thank you so much for your presentation. I really appreciated it. You already answered one of my questions, which was going to be about Justice 40. And I guess the main idea behind my questions is to ask a little bit of why and how. So a little bit of pushing you, hopefully. You talked about the Conflict Prevention and Resolution Center as part of the Office for Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights. And I guess I was wondering why it's limited to only 180 days within the alleged discriminatory act, as I was reading. And thank you for also bringing, that's just one question. I'll try to go through them quickly. The other one was about the Tic Tacs. Thank you for that as well. The Technical Assistance Center idea. How were those locations chosen? I know they said there are 16, I think, across EPA regions. And why only 16? I know, of course, we have a limited time to start these or to roll out all these great projects, and the money is there, but I'm wondering how we can kind of tackle this bandwidth issue, at least for me, in communities where I communicate about environmental health and connection to climate change. Bandwidth is a big issue, and so about how we can increase funding and the availability of these resources. One thing that really is important to include is the idea of physical presence, physical location. So trying to understand how we can have more of a physical presence and more frequent contact with these community members in various environmental justice communities, whether they're identified by that CGIS track or that you just talked about, Justice 40. And I think I'll leave that there for now. Thank you.
Just to make sure I get all your questions, I got 3 out of what you said. Why 180 days for the regulatory limitation? How do we choose the locations for the Tic Tacs? And how do we make more resources available for communities that are on frontline?
Last question, third question, basically, but I guess I'm trying to understand. It's connected to the Tic Tacs, but it was recently about how we get that money. You said money gets out quickly and responsibly. So as a part of that money, how can we incorporate environmental health education into these Tic Tacs or whatever, so we can get some of the, around some of these bandwidth issues that we see in a lot of disadvantaged communities?
Okay, so it sounds like you're talking about like capacity building within the communities, using the Tic Tacs as a venue for that. Okay. I'll run them through in sequence. The 181, and again, that's a great question, right? Like it's built into our regulations. When we built the regulations around the external civil rights program, 180 days was determined to be the time period within which it was essentially like it's a regulatory statute of limitations. Part of it, part of the rationale was you wanted to have some degree of a limitation on how far back someone could reach for an offense, so that there wasn't this open-ended infinite liability for recipients of federal funds. Because the sort of core threat to Title VI of the Civil Rights Act is if a recipient, usually a state, but if a recipient is found to be engaging in discriminatory actions, they stand the risk of losing federal funds. So as an element of due process, in order to make sure that the states didn't have infinite potential liability, 180 days was chosen. I am fairly certain that that number of days was picked before I was born, so I don't know why exactly it's 180, but it is also not unique in the federal government to have a time limit of 180 days. It's about 6 months. So the idea is that within 180 days of the alleged discriminatory act, you have to do something in order to sort of identify that your rights as a citizen are being impugned by a recipient of federal funds. If you don't think 180 days is like the right time limit, you can feel free to say that. Like there are people who think 180 is too short. There are some people who think it's too long. It's not like gospel. So, but it is the way it is currently, and that's the sort of rationale behind it. But it's completely rational for you to look at that and say why. How are the Tic Tacs chosen? We did an open grant. We did an open solicitation, and each of the Tic Tacs that won submitted a competitive proposal, and the competitive proposal was selected. We were looking for total country coverage, which we have. Even though one of the Tic Tacs services 2 EPA regions, they are adjacent regions, and it is capable of serving those regions. So we have capacity to cover the entire country. Plus we have 3 nationals that are capable of providing more umbrella support. The one about environmental education is actually an interesting question, because what you're essentially saying is there is a need in order to create more informed persons so that they can advocate for themselves. And that is a constant struggle, particularly in the EJ space, because a lot of times we expect advocates to do uncompensated labor. And being able to identify resources for them is a constant struggle. I wish that I could just say, all right, well, we're doing this, this, and this, and it'll be solved in 6 months. But part of what this process requires us to do is to identify explicitly that the information that's necessary in order to empower communities to empower themselves is something that needs help to be distributed. So we are trying to identify what these avenues would be. So if you know of entities that are doing the work to build the capacity in communities, they would, I can't say that they'll get money. Like I can't say, all right, well, EPA will stroke you a check, but this is within the realm of what is envisioned by the grant. The grant is expected to be community changing and catalytic. And if part of that catalytic change is making sure that the community knows what it looks like in order to address these issues, the application process is open.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm just asking that question really to, like you said, what the why 180 days, how we can increase capacity building. So thank you. And it's going to inform the things that I'd like to talk about later.
Thank you so much for continuing to answer all of our questions. Just as a reminder to council members, remember to share your name and also the interests that you represent. So next, we're going to move on to Meghana.
I'm Meghana Kunapredi, and I represent the interests of environmental educators focused on incorporating environmental justice into school curriculums. First, thank you for an amazing presentation. I'm definitely more informed. So being from Houston, I know that a problem that I've constantly heard about is balancing the economic reliance of a lot of these communities or marginalized communities on industries like oil, and then also acknowledging that a lot of these industries perpetuate environmental injustice. So how does the EPA plan to, or is already acknowledging this economic reliance while also making those communities more equitable or placing funds into those communities?
That is a tough question. Thank you for asking. So the good news about this is that this is something that the entirety of your government is attempting to address. Excuse me. So energy, commerce, transportation, EPA, and other agencies have frequent conversations about, in line with the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law, what do we need to put in place in order to facilitate a transition to cleaner energy? And this isn't to say that like every agency in the federal government is exactly on the same page. There's a diversity of opinions. There are people who are in the federal government who believe that we have to change right now or we are completely in trouble. There are people who believe that we can engage in harm mitigation. And then there are people who believe that the concerns are overwrought. So we have these conversations consistently about what we can do as the federal government in order to advance the deployment of the infrastructure necessary in order to support this transition. So you will see that, like, in particular, Department of Energy has deployed a lot of resources in cooperation with EPA to deploy vehicle charging infrastructure. One of the things that people are still hesitant about electric vehicles about is charge anxiety or range anxiety, despite the fact that most people don't drive 300 miles every time they get into their car. But the presence, the physical presence of seeing charging infrastructure in and of itself solves some of that range anxiety that people have. Just like when we were transitioning from horses to cars, folks were worried about where you were going to get gasoline. So we're trying to solve for a very similar psychology issue, and that people have to understand that in order to solve this energy source issue, we need to make it so that the people we're trying to convince, the individual citizens, believe that if they get an electric vehicle, they know that they can charge their vehicle. If they do a fuel switch in their house, they know that their grid is resilient. So Texas has an interesting challenge in that Texas is on its own separate grid. And this is one of those cooperative federalism things. The federal government cannot make Texas connect to a national grid. So Texas, aside from the other 49 states, is on its own grid. And that had consequences. So what we can do, though, is provide potential solutions and incentives in order to encourage Texas to diversify its energy sources and to make different decisions about the way in which they connect to power. So as we have these conversations as the federal government as a whole, consistent with the resources that have been provided by Ira and Bill, we are able to create a landscape that allows for this conversation to be had where it's solely about the merits of the energy as opposed to the psychology of what it looks like for someone to make a choice between an internal combustion energy engine or an electric vehicle. Does that help? Okay.
Next up, we'll move to Asada.
Thank you for your presentation. My name is Asada Rashidi, and I represent the interests of environmental justice and disadvantaged communities. So you touched a little on the question I'm going to ask, but I just would like to have you elaborate a little more. So being from an environmental justice community concern of Newark, New Jersey, I understand that communities move at the speed of trust, and there's often a disconnection between communities and federal institutions such as this one. And so my question is, are you identifying, and if so, how do you identify key partners and communities, environmental justice communities, to collaborate with and amplify the awareness of environmental justice, and also connect them to resources while building that trust and bridging the gap between the community and this federal entity?
I love that question. Thank you. I think it's important when we have these discussions to understand that the federal government's not a monolith. There are good years and bad years when we have conversations about the way in which government approaches its citizens, particularly citizens that have been intentionally excluded. So we always try to lead with a perspective of humility and honesty. Like we're not going to go into a community that's suffering and try to tell them that everything is okay. We know that it's not. And just that baseline step, I think, has been pretty valuable, because if you go into a community and say, all right, yeah, you're good, you've already made two mistakes. So what we do and what we've done, and I think the Tic Tacs are a good example of this, because the Tic Tacs are not just educational institutions, they also require partnership with a community group that can demonstrate a history of success in engaging with EJ communities. Now, we have had instances wherein communities have asked the federal government to take a more proactive step in identifying who should be in the room for conversations. And we shied away from that, because instead the approach we've taken is, if a community group comes to us, they'll get time, they'll get a hearing, they'll have access. And we've shied away from being the group to select who's in the room, because that can go very badly very quickly if the federal government is deciding which groups represent the community. Like that's not EJ, right? So what we do want to do is allow the communities to uplift their own voices and to make sure that we're present and humble enough to hear what they have to say when they come forward. Because the last thing you want to do is have the government deciding who they're going to listen to in your community. And then when the community goes through the effort of uplifting the voice that they think represents them, you want to make sure that the federal government in particular, because of the resources and the power that we wield, are actually a receptive and an open ear. So we try to do that. And granted, there's not an infinite amount of time. We can't hear everyone, but to the extent that we can, we work with the regions. We definitely lean on the regions, because we're here in DC. The regions are closer to the actual community. So for you, it would be Region 2. But we know that they are going to stand a better chance of being able to say, okay, this group's been doing the work for about 30 years. They've got credibility in the community, or this group just popped up yesterday and no one in the community knows who they are. So you should listen to them, but just understand that their constituency is going to be limited. And that information is incredibly valuable, but it's information that's ground truth, not something that we here in DC are making decisions on. Thank you.
Thank you for providing that very important clarification. So next, we're going to move to Paige.
Hello again. So my name is Paige and I represent interests regarding psychology and the environment. This was actually kind of touched on in the question right before mine, but you talked a bit about it with the grant application stuff, but we know it can be hard for citizens in general to effectively communicate with the government and voice their concerns, and especially hard for underrepresented and disadvantaged communities. So how do you guys make it as easy as possible for individuals and communities as a whole to reach out to you guys with their concerns, especially if it's like a new concern or something that's new in their community or a new location, something that you guys might not be particularly either focused on or aware of?
Is this, I'm sorry, let me just ask a quick clarifier. Is this specific to the grants or are you talking about broadly?
Kind of both. I just know that you talked a bit about it with the grants specifically in the presentation.
So broadly, we have a EJ hotline, which is a phone line. It's manned by a person. They have the ability to, you can just call up and say, there's 15 diesel trucks idling on my side street. And while that may not necessarily be anything that our office handles specifically, we can refer. And we tend to refer a lot of things just to make sure that anything that comes in has the opportunity to get to the right avenue. The application process, and I want you to know that I'm trying to avoid giving you either incomplete or inaccurate information, particularly because this is televised. So if there's something about the grant process, I am more likely going to refer you back to the website so that you can get the information, because we went through a very deliberate, lengthy process of building out the notice of funds availability, and all of that information is in there. So I don't want to inadvertently misquote it. But when we were building out the grant application for the community change grant, we were very thoughtful and deliberate about how people communicate. And there's an understanding that like the federal grants application process can be seen as opaque and lengthy. And particularly if you spend a lot of information and time on trying to build out your application and then you don't get it, it can be discouraging. So one of the great things that we have is, in addition to the Tic Tacs, we also have technical assistance that is reserved just for the grant applications. And the Tic Tacs serve as like baseline competence. The technical assistance for the community change grants in and of themselves are specialized. And the idea is that you can use a Tic Tac to build competence and familiarity and capacity in your organization. And then you can use the technical assistance that's designed for the community change grant in order to make sure that your application meets the needs of the grant and is actually responsive. You could have a great idea, but if you don't phrase it in the right way, it won't be eligible for the grant. So the important part is to get that filter on the front end. And that's part of the reason why the grant applications are rolling, right? Like we didn't want to have a hard cutoff point where if someone is in need of assistance and they weren't able to get through the process quickly, if they needed to go through several iterations, they had the opportunity to be able to put together their initial application, go back, seek help or guidance from the technical assistance, and then apply, as opposed to feeling like as of some as of some externally determined cutoff date, if they couldn't get it together by that date, then they were in trouble. Now, we have a federal appropriations limit, so it can't be infinite, but we do have a rather large window within which people can apply for these funds and hopefully get them out the door and then implement their programs within 3 years. Okay.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Nick for the next question.
Nick Blumenthal, representing food security in agricultural communities. Awesome. I really appreciate your being here in the presentation. And I guess my question kind of has come around from a few topics that you've touched on over the past few minutes. One of them being, how do we create informed individuals that are capable of advocating for themselves and their community interests? And then kind of a second point about what you've mentioned about how do you make sure the federal government isn't an entity that's choosing who are the right constituencies to have in the room representing a community. And so one of the charge questions that you had mentioned during the presentation was how young people can actively promote innovation and implement sustainable ideas within their communities. And so I was really interested, in kind of my industry of food and agriculture. It's very similar where we have justice concerns about the individuals that sometimes could use the most support aren't necessarily the ones that are best poised in order to advocate for themselves. And so I'm kind of curious. So when you have individuals in these historically disadvantaged communities, how can you ensure that they're the ones that are getting the voices in order to create sustainable change at an actionable level? Youth aren't necessarily always the individuals with the PhDs or the decades of experience or sometimes leadership that extends, to significant capacities with certain metrics. And oftentimes these grant applications in particular are ones that kind of request that sort of expertise or historical impact. But if an individual from this community doesn't necessarily have that previous experience, but has the desire to make an impact in their community, how can they kind of navigate this process to where they can still have a meaningful impact as well?
Okay. So I'll give you a two-part answer. I say this in this case and in generally every case, there's power in community. What I would say to that person who lives in their community, may not be a lawyer, may not be a PhD, may not be politically connected. I would say to them, if something's bothering you, it's probably also bothering your neighbors. Make sure you're connecting in community. So one, you don't have to do the work by yourself. It's one thing to ask somebody to find 30 hours a week. It's another thing to ask 30 people to find 1 hour. So that multiplier, that catalytic effect, it gives communities, particularly EJ communities who don't have a ton of resources and a ton of time, they have to work in community because they don't have the same degree of access to resources. And what I'll say is, you typically, this is not a perfect measure, but you can typically tell what groups have the voice of the community based off who brings you to the community. We have, so in this life and in my prior life in public service, when I was in local government, I could always tell who was advocating for themselves versus who was advocating for the community based off who was in the meeting. And it never failed. Like, there was never an instance where someone who was advocating for the community didn't feel compelled to have a community member present, someone who could actually speak to their experience. When folks show up and dress like me, and it's just them, and they're telling you what the community needs, more likely than not, they were advocating for themselves. So it's, and again, it's not a perfect metric, but generally, if an advocate comes, they are usually providing ground truth information that is relatively quickly verifiable. But that being said, everybody has a right to petition their government. It's protected. It's First Amendment. So just because someone comes in and they may not necessarily be a community advocate, it doesn't mean that their perspective is not considered and evaluated and added to the information that we get. But it's one thing to identify someone as an advocate. It's another thing to identify somebody as a petitioner. And they all have a First Amendment right. But generally, this is my personal experience, not the position of EPA, but my personal experience has been that whenever someone is advocating for a community, they bring community with them. And you can tell, like, it's generally pretty straightforward. So yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are just about at the 15-minute mark. So if you have not yet asked a question or have any questions that you'd like to ask, make sure you do that. We'll also have an opportunity to follow up afterwards. Now I'll hand it over to Kiera for her question.
Hi, thank you so much for this presentation. I really appreciate the amount of time you've gone into, all of the detail here for us today. My name is Kiera O'Brien, based here in Washington, D.C., and I'm here representing individuals working on bipartisan climate and renewable energy policy solutions. So 2 questions for you. One, maybe a bit of a minor detail. When we were discussing the types of dispute resolution, there was kind of an umbrella term used, alternative dispute resolution. I was wondering if you could go into and describe what falls under that process. And the second question related to the third charge question, how should EPA work with corresponding state, local, and/or tribal governments? More to the question, of course, but I was curious if you could provide some detail on the process for the previously mentioned carbon pollution reduction grants that interact with the state, local, tribal governments. How was outreach conducted in that process? Just curious if you could give a little more detail there. Thanks.
Okay, I am going to have to get back to you on the carbon pollution reduction grants. Those are run out of the administrator's office, but I know the person that runs it and he's super responsive, so we'll get you more detail on that. Your general question about the types of ADR that we have available. We essentially run 3 different types of ADR. Alternative dispute resolution, which is both parties at the table with the mediator. The conversation is between the parties. We're attempting to resolve a conflict between them. But in the external civil rights program, we have 2 different types of, we'll call it a negotiated agreement. And we call that informal resolution agreements, so IRA, and then there is IRA Plus. IRA Plus is a pilot program that we've implemented, and I'll explain the difference between the 2. For IRA, it is a negotiation between our external civil rights program and the recipients of federal funds, which is typically a state. In most cases, it's a state. And the idea is that we are bringing the external civil rights complaint that has been filed with us to them to discuss the content of that complaint and what measures they can put in place in order to address the concerns raised, but also identify any steps that they can take proactively that will allay the complainants of any potential, well, the complainants and EPA, but to allay any concerns that we may have regarding any potential future violations. So how do you fix it? How do you make sure that everything moving forward is less likely to create another incident or issue? IRA Plus is same posture as IRA, but as a pilot, we created a program wherein which the complainant would have had a seat at the table. And that process was set up so that it would be EPA, the recipient, and the complainant having a discussion about what a negotiated settlement could look like and what steps or procedures could be put in place in order to allay the concern, but also minimize the likelihood of any future complaints. Thank you.
Next, we'll move to Wawa.
Hi, my name is. Hello, my name is Wawa Guerrero. I'm calling in from Philadelphia, and I represent the interests of environmental advocates focused on connecting diverse community members and policymakers to local climate issues. So in asking this question, I am also representing youth-led organizations that receive 0.76% of climate giving. So in answering Asada's question on identifying grassroots organizations to collaborate with and potentially fund, you mentioned the concept of ground truth, which I really love. Working with legacy organizations with a track record of experience working on environmental issues that oftentimes span for years. You mentioned how this ground truth can be used to navigate how the agency might work with or even validate newer organizations. So this council in particular was created to emphasize the need for the agency and the federal government as a whole to really appreciate the insights of youth and young people. Young people are leading organizations and grassroots solutions and are doing very good work, many times in new innovative ways, like harnessing digital campaigning, for example, that might not be traditionally visible to legacy organizations or the agency yourself. So my worry and the worry of many youth-led organizations is that these new youth-led organizations who are uniquely positioned to use this historic funds to scale innovative solutions that we're already leading are not being identified as valid because our organizations are young and haven't been around as long, especially compared to older legacy organizations that have also for so long been under-resourced. So how do you see this work addressing this paradigm? And will there be any intentional work to ensure that youth-led organizations are not left out of this historic funding?
Okay, that's a very good question. It's my understanding, and again, you sort of strayed into the realm of availability or eligibility for a federal grant. And again, I want to refer you to the notice of funding availability. I'm a federal official, so I have to be careful about what I say regarding the availability of federal funds. But what I would do is refer you to the notice, because there are criteria about what determines whether or not an organization is eligible for the funds. And it is not as simple as your org is 20 years old versus your org is 4 years old. There is a very thoughtful evaluation based off of the impact of the organization. And as the applicant, you have the ability to articulate what your impact is. So there's no like categorical exclusion based off of the age of an organization. What is, I think, important for you to be able to articulate is capacity. So if you have a project that you would like to implement, you will need to be able to distribute. You will need to be able to demonstrate in your application that you are actually capable of implementing the project that you want to implement. And that is actually a relatively complicated case to make. But the good news is that between the Tic Tacs and the targeted technical assistance that are available for these grants and for these grant applications, you will not have to figure out how to articulate that on your own.
Thank you. And now I actually have a quick question. So as neyac members, we're here to represent youth. So I just was curious what existing programs for youth outreach exist. For instance, are there any grants specific to youth? Yeah, could you expand on that?
So we, in EPA as a whole or in OEJ ECR?
In relation to OECR.
Okay. We have capacity building programs that deal with youth, but we also partner with a separate office in the Office of the Administrator to deal with education. Like we have a specific office for education. We can get you that information.
Okay, thank you so much. And then I see there's another question from Osenaga.
Hello, yeah. I didn't introduce myself before, but yeah, I'm also Senegal. I'm from Boston, and I'm on the NEyac Council representing science policy communicators focused on the correlation between environmental health and impacts from climate change. And I just hearing more about the Tic Tac idea. One thing about youth populations, of course, they're inheriting the future, and a lot of these Tic Tac programs have funding, I believe, through 2028 for 5 years. And so I'm wondering if EPA is interested in expanding that to accommodate the fact that these funds are ideally needed for longer than 5 years, especially when we're considering youth populations.
You have asked me a question about a federal appropriation. That is, I'll say this, appropriating the amount of money that has been dedicated to this effort is no insignificant feat. And it has been my experience that success is the best guarantor of continued dedication. So what you have before you is an agency, an executive, a federal government that is laser focused on making sure that the programs that we have been granted this life-altering amount of resources for are responsibly, quickly, and successfully implemented, so that in the event that we have access to additional resources, we can point to past success as a justification for additional resources. But the resources that we have currently have to be quickly, responsibly, and successfully deployed.
And now we have time for one last question. Megana.
Hi, I'm Megana. Again, I represent the interests of environmental educators focused on environmental justice incorporation into school curriculums. So I know you already talked a little bit about outreach towards youth. And so the question I had was more about formal education. I know that that's up to state education agencies and not every state wants to get into climate education. But for states that do, are there any EPA resources or things that we're working towards to provide resources towards these state education agencies to build climate curriculums in schools?
I do not know the answer to that question, but I can reach out to our colleagues at Department of Ed, and I can check internally at EPA. I suspect that there are, but I am not aware of them.
Got it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Karim, on helping with all of these questions that we had. As a reminder, if your question did not get asked and you still have additional information, we will provide opportunities to reach out after the meeting. And now I'll hand it back over to Carissa.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. That was such a great discussion. Karim, thank you so much for staying well beyond the 1 hour set aside. We really appreciate you taking all of these questions and, of course, following up with all of your great colleagues in OEJ ECR. So with that, we are going to go ahead and break for a 1 hour lunch. We'll return here at 1:05 back in your seats in person and, of course, virtually. So thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a nice lunch. We're about to begin our third presentation of the day, Climate, Clean Air, and Environmental Justice. Our presenter today is Alejandra Nunez, the Deputy Assistant Administrator for Mobile Sources within EPA's Office of Air and Radiation. Ms. Nunez's work at EPA focuses on reducing pollution from the transportation sector, including overseeing the development of emissions standards for light and heavy-duty vehicles, implementation of the bipartisan infrastructure law's Clean School Bus Program and other funding programs, and the integration of environmental justice in climate policy. Alejandra?
Thank you, Carissa, and hi, everybody, and good afternoon. It is a real pleasure to be here with you all. I am so glad to have this opportunity to be the person representing the Office of Air and Radiation to share some details about the work we're doing on climate and other air pollution, other types of air pollution, and also on how we think about integrating environmental justice. I'm very inspired by your presence today. You all are the next generation of leaders, and we really are feel very privileged and excited to have this opportunity to start a conversation where we hear your thoughts, get your ideas, to help us shape the work we're doing. The climate crisis is here. Extreme weather has increased in frequency. Natural disasters, extreme weather disasters have cost more than 90 billion in 2023. So you are at the forefront of this, and we really look forward to your experience, your ideas. And I just want to say here in EPA, we hear you. So, all right. So let me talk about the priorities for our office, the Office of Air and Radiation. On day one, President Biden issued a strong commitment to tackling the climate crisis and also to integrating environmental justice in all our actions. Since the very beginning, since day one, we were directed to implement the most comprehensive climate agenda that we've had in any other administration, but also a whole of government approach to how we do our work, where there is a lot of coordination with other federal agencies, and everybody's trying to think about how, from their purview, they can tackle climate change. This crisis we are all living that is getting a lot worse. EPA plays an essential role because we regulate emissions, pollution emissions from various sources of pollution, and so we have a very important role in implementing the climate agenda. Altogether, when we implement the climate actions we're looking at, under the Clean Air Act, we would be reducing pollution by more than 50 billion metric tons of carbon pollution by year 2055, which is equivalent to 10 years of CO2 emissions from power plants. So it is very, very, very important, the work we're doing. I'm going to describe in this meeting what are the actions that we have been undertaking during this administration to tackle several types of climate pollutants and other pollutants. We have issued a series of actions to phase down HFCs, hydrofluorocarbons. We have also worked on rules and administration of other programs to reduce methane emissions from the oil and gas sector. We are also engaging in regulatory actions to reduce pollution from passenger cars and also heavy-duty trucks. We are working on setting standards for a cleaner power sector, fossil fuel fired power plants. And we're also implementing a variety of programs under the Inflation Reduction Act that will help us move to cleaner technologies and promote the uptake of those technologies in the near term. So let's get started. So let me talk about the HFC phase down. So in 2022, at the end of 2022, Congress passed the American Innovation and Manufacturing Act, which authorizes EPA to phase down hydrofluorocarbons, which are very, very potent greenhouse gases, by 85% by year 2036. These gases are used in refrigerants, air conditioning systems, foam blowing agents, fire retardants. So we have been looking at a series of rules to phase down the production and consumption of these pollutants, to also maximize the reclamation and minimize releases from equipment, and to facilitate the transition to the next generation technologies for in this sector. When if we achieve this goal of phasing down HFCs by 85% by 2036, we will have reduced 4.6 billion metric tons of CO2. And very importantly, we could avoid half a degree Celsius of global warming by year 2100. So we have done a series of rules under the AIM Act, American Innovation and Manufacturing Act, to create an allowance program to set up the system for how we're going to be phasing down HFCs through an allowance program. We did that at the beginning of the administration. We also set the allowances that would start taking effect in year 2024, which is an action that we have started in January of this year to actually start the next phase of phasing down these pollutants. And last year in October, we issued a final rule to smooth the transition to more efficient technologies where alternatives to these very damaging HFCs are available for that transition to happen as part of the phase down. We also issued a proposal to better manage and reuse existing HFCs, for example, by helping to reduce leaks from equipment and things like that. So we have issued a series of rules under HFC's statutory framework, the AIM Act, that are really going to help and play a very important role in phasing down these pollutants. So let me change topic to what are we doing to tackle climate pollution for the oil and gas sector? So the oil and gas sector is the country's largest industrial source of methane. This accounts for approximately 1/3 of the global warming for greenhouse gases that we have today. And also oil and gas operations are responsible for other kinds of toxic pollutants called VOCs, volatile organic compounds, and toxic pollutants such as benzene. So at the very beginning of the administration, the Office of Air and Radiation started working on rules that are called new source performance standards and emissions guidelines. So the new source performance standards are strengthening the standards that existed for oil and gas facilities for emissions of methane. But also in this administration, for the first time, we are regulating the existing sources of methane emissions from the oil and gas sector. And we finalized this rule back in December of last year. It was a very, very robust undertaking, and we're really happy after the work that our career staff, a lot of people with a ton of expertise in the agency, undertook to make this project happen. That is going to be very, very important to tackle these methane emissions, which are very, very potent greenhouse gases. So that's the basics of the regulations we're doing, but let me describe what kind of climate and health benefits we're talking about when we do our regulations. We actually look at what are the benefits for the climate, and then we also try to quantify and monetize these impacts, both for climate and for health. We calculated that by year 2038, the rule would avoid an estimated 58 million tons of methane emissions, or also equivalent to reducing emissions nearly 80% than if the rule did not exist. So it is a very, very significant effect that the rule will have when it gets implemented. Also, I mentioned there are other toxic pollutants that we regulated through this rule. So we would avoid 60 million tons of volatile organic compounds and 590,000 tons of air toxics. The net climate and ozone health benefits from these rules would be up to $98 billion, or up to 7.6 billion per year. So it is a very important rule that we just completed in December, and that will also work alongside some programs in the IRA to provide incentives for reductions in methane emissions that I'll describe a bit later. So now let me talk about mobile sources. I first started with important sources, stationary sources of climate pollution. Let me go to our work on mobile sources now. Since the very beginning of the administration, we have been working on setting standards for passenger cars, for light-duty trucks, which are the SUVs, that's the clearest example, and for heavy-duty vehicles. So at the end of January 2021, we issued standards that revised standards for passenger cars for greenhouse gases that were enacted in the previous administration that actually helped set the stage for the work we're doing today in the light duty sector. Then at the end of 2022, we issued standards for soot-forming pollution, smog and soot-forming pollution from heavy-duty engines that had not been updated in more than 20 years. Those are very important foundations, particularly because the transportation sector is the largest emitting greenhouse gas sector in the United States. Passenger cars represent the largest share of climate pollution, but heavy-duty vehicles are the vehicles that are harming many communities that live overburdened by air pollution because of their proximity to highways and places where there's a lot of heavy-duty traffic, for example, the ports. So this is very, very important work that we have been undertaking in the past 3 years. But now, in April of last year, we actually proposed the next round of rules, and these are 2 proposals. One is for, these are multi-pollutant standards, both for criteria pollutants, particulate matter, non-methane organic gases, and then also for greenhouse gases, for CO2, for passenger cars and light-duty trucks for the next model years, 2027 and beyond. The rules that we issued at the beginning of the administration set standards for 2026. So now we're looking at 2027 and beyond, and we also proposed stronger new greenhouse gas standards for heavy duty trucks. This is for all kinds of heavy duty vehicles, also for model years 2027 and beyond. The reductions, if we finalize it, those proposals would be, we would help avoid more than 9 billion tons of CO2 emissions. It's a very, very significant impact. And the combined benefits of both rulemakings amount to more than $1 trillion, the net benefits for consumers. So what I wanted to flag about those rules is that a key part of the analysis, and that also applies to many other rules that we're working on, is what is happening under the investments in clean technologies under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act that allow the agency to look at what is going to happen in those industries in terms of deploying cleaner technologies. That helps us increase the level of ambition, but in reality, the rules follow the same structure that we have been doing for years and years. It shows that the industry, for example, in the vehicle sector, is making a transition toward zero emitting technologies. In passenger cars, it is happening, and in heavy duty trucks, it is starting. So we're looking at those things, the investments that manufacturers have been making, and it's a very exciting time to be at the agency trying to craft these policies that are actually gonna, when finalized, will make a big difference to the climate, but also create benefits for consumers instead in terms of fuel savings and public health benefits for communities. All right, so let me talk about the power sector standards we're working on. My colleagues who work on the stationary sources in the office have been working on a series of rules. The administrator had a vision for how we could tackle pollution from the power sector, which is the second largest emitter of greenhouse gases in the United States, through rules that would tackle different kinds of pollutants and work on the different programs of the Act. So we have issued several of them already. Rules to regulate nitrogen oxides, a plan that is called the Good Neighbor Rule that you might have heard about, that is very important, currently in litigation. We have issued a proposal to revise the mercury standard for coal-fired power plants that also required issuing an action that affirmed the technical and legal foundations that were necessary to be able to engage in that work. Our Office of Water is also regulating coal plants through a program that is called Effluent Guidelines. There are several different rules for the power sector that the agency as a whole has been working on, but in particular, the Office of Air and Radiation. But what I'd like to highlight here is actually our proposed carbon pollution standards that we have been working on since May 2023, obviously since before May 2023, because the process of the rulemaking process undertakes a lot of technical analysis, involves a lot of technical and legal analysis, but in May, we issued this new proposal for new pollution standards for carbon dioxide from fossil fuel power plants that, again, it would also deliver very significant benefits, up to 85 billion in climate and public health benefits over the next 2 decades. In terms of the actual reductions, our proposal involves coal and natural gas would avoid up to 617 million metric tons of CO2 through 2042. Which is equal to reducing the annual emissions of roughly half of the cars driving in the United States. Like the other rules I have been talking about, this proposal would also significantly reduce other harmful pollutants that affect public health. It has different pieces. We basically issued a proposal to strengthen standards for new gas plants. And then, as I mentioned before, in the context of oil and gas, we are also regulating existing sources. So the proposal we have issued involves a regulation to reduce CO2 pollution from existing coal plants and from existing gas plants. And we're working on this right now. Now, let me talk about our voluntary programs. I have been focusing on the rule makings that we do under our Clean Air Act authority to actually regulate pollutants from both stationary sources and from mobile sources. But we also administer what we call voluntary partnership programs that involve the provision of technical assistance or actual funding to implement programs to tackle several different kinds of pollutants. And the agency had historically had many of these programs, but with funding that Congress had given us throughout the years. One example is the Diesel Emissions Reduction Act to replace diesel engines and vehicles with cleaner technologies, right? Or cleaner diesel that complies with the standards. But when Congress issued the Inflation Reduction Act, Congress enabled a really, really significant investment in cleaner technologies. That many of these funds have been appropriated to the EPA under the IRA, and this is historic. We are very excited. 41.5 billion in appropriated funds for the agency to support 24 different programs. And our office, the Office of Air and Radiation, is in charge of administering 17 of those 24 programs. We created a new team and brought new leadership and staff, and many young people that have joined the agency have actually joined to help us implement those programs, to help deploy these funds. So let me describe some of these programs that we're in charge of administering. So the Climate Pollution Reduction Grants is a program under the IRA that provides CPA with $5 billion to help states and local governments, states, municipalities, tribes, and territories develop climate action plans and then implementation plans to be able to deploy funding to implement that vision, depending on who wins that competition, right? Our goals with this, what we call the CPRG program, is to achieve significant greenhouse gas reductions, to provide benefit to communities, including low-income and disadvantaged communities. You might already have talked about the Justice 40 commitments. So that is one of the goals of the program. It also helps, the CPRG program is also aimed at complementing funding from other sources. There might be clean technology programs under DOE, other agencies that can come together when the states and other governments, local governments, are crafting their vision, right? Hopefully to pursue policies and implement programs that can be can scale up. So the phase one of this program, which we started implementing several months ago, involved giving $250 million in grants to these eligible entities that I mentioned in order to develop what we call the priority climate action plans. And then the phase two, it involves implementing $4.6 billion of implementation funds under those programs. So both applications, both the plans and the implementation plan applications are due this spring. We wrote the deadlines there. March 1st is a deadline for states and municipalities, and April 1st is the deadline for tribes and territories. So that's one of our most significant programs in terms of the scale and potential impact it can have in the Office of Air and Radiation under IRA. Now, let me mention, when I talk about the oil and gas rule, I said that this rule will also work together with some voluntary programs for reducing methane emissions that exist under the IRA. We received under the statute $1.5 billion to reduce methane emissions through providing financial assistance and technical assistance. And we're partnering with the U.S. Department of Energy, which has a lot of expertise in this area, help us provide that assistance in order to help monitor and reduce emissions from the oil and gas sector in a voluntary way. The IRA also has one program that is regulatory, that is called the waste reduction, the waste emissions charge for methane and oil and gas facilities, a payment to reduce their methane emissions that will actually help them incentivize compliance with the statute and with the rules for oil and gas reductions that I mentioned before, and that also required us to first update our greenhouse gas reporting requirements so that we improve the accuracy of the emissions reporting system that existed. So that effort of implementing this whole scheme took two rulemakers in addition to what I mentioned before. So it is a very robust effort that we've been working on. Now let me talk about the transportation provisions under the Act. In the Inflation Reduction Act, EPA also received several $1 billion for implementing the deployment of cleaner vehicles in the near term. There are 3 different programs. One that we just announced this morning. The Clean Ports program is a grant program that involves the deployment of $3 billion for the purchase of zero-emission vehicles, technologies, and equipment. Actually, the administrator just announced the launch of this competition this morning, which took a lot of months of hard work to design the competition. We also received $1 billion to replace Class 6 and 7 heavy-duty trucks. This program is called Clean Heavy-Duty Vehicles, that are school buses, garbage trucks, some types of delivery vehicles to replace diesel with zero-emission vehicle technologies. We're working on designing that program at the moment. And then, as I mentioned at the beginning, for several years, we have been implementing the Diesel Emissions Reduction Act to replace legacy engines with cleaner equipment. In IRA, EPA also received $60 million to continue implementing this program. That's under the IRA, but in the bipartisan infrastructure law that Congress had passed earlier during this administration, EPA also received $5 billion to accelerate the turnover of diesel school buses that drive many of our children in the United States to replace them with cleaner school buses and zero-emission school buses. This program is very popular. We have already done several funding rounds under CSV, as we call it. And then, you know, there are, as I mentioned, we are administering many different programs under the IRA, but let me just flag really quickly that we receive more funding to continue to implement the AIM Act to phase down HFCs that I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation. There is also a program in the IRA that is called LEAP, the Low Emissions Electricity Program, that will allow us to provide technical assistance and do outreach to consumers and disadvantaged communities. It is very exciting. Let me explain one way in which we are doing that, using some of this funding to actually help other agencies. For example, DOE that has funding to implement rebate programs for consumers, for efficient appliances. We can use some of this funding to help DOE to actually provide information to consumers on what are cleaner options. I'll say a bit more about that at the end of the presentation. And then we also have grants for school air quality. We have in our Office of Air and Radiation, we have a team in the Indoor Air Quality Division that for many years has provided assistance to schools on how to improve the indoor air quality of their building structures. And in particular, we focus on those schools that are in low-income districts that need more help to try to help schools implement air quality improvements inside the school buildings. No matter where you are, everybody can do some more. And We actually have a program that is called Tools for Schools that we have been using for many, many years. And in the IRA, we receive 50 million that we can apply in grants in order to continue to improve air quality and allow school districts to make more investments in this area, which is very, very important. It's a very important part of our work because we talk a lot about climate and about energy efficiency, for example, of the building sector, but indoor air quality is often overlooked. But as part of the COVID pandemic, it actually became a really important issue at the forefront. Why it matters? Because we spend 90% of our time indoors, right? So that's very important work that now the IRA is enabling us to make further investment. So let me end this presentation with our homepage to the Energy Star program, which is a voluntary program that provides information to consumers on what are cleaner options. And we do that on many different things. We look at commercial buildings, at homes, we look at appliances, look at industrial plants, and provide information to consumers. We provide technical assistance to state and local governments on what are voluntary things that they can actually do to improve the efficiency of their buildings or of their products in a way that actually makes a lot of sense, because it helps us tackle the climate change. It helps through reducing electricity consumption. It helps consumers with their bills. And it actually makes a lot of sense for businesses. So many Fortune 500 companies are partners with the Energy Star program. And I just wanted to say that's one of the voluntary programs that serve many different purposes in the agency, particularly in sectors that we do not regulate, for example, the building sector, right? So going back to something I was talking about regarding the IRA and the LEAP and technical assistance, one example I can tell you on how we're using Energy Star to provide assistance as part of a whole of government approach is that DOE has funding to do rebates for homeowners to install efficient appliances, and there are many different rules. Those funds go to state governments and state energy offices that have to set up programs. But we are providing assistance to DOE by putting together the infrastructure that ultimately will allow consumers to make use of those rebates by looking for Energy Star labels. So there's a lot we do from a whole of government approach. We do regulations for sources of pollution. We have been focusing on the major sources that represent the largest share of CO2 pollution, but we also have important voluntary programs that tackle climate pollution from those sectors that we do not regulate. And the funds we are helping deploy through this major investment that Congress made possible are also helping us increase the uptake on cleaner technologies in the near term that hopefully can help us tackle climate change. So thank you all, and I look forward to your questions and reactions.
Thank you very much, Alejandra, for this insightful presentation on climate, clean air, and environmental justice. Just like last time, we're now going to open it up to the NEAC for questions. As a reminder, if you are virtual, please raise your virtual hand. If you're in person, please raise your tent card, and we will kick it off, starting with anyone virtual to ensure inclusion. And if not, Alexandra, over to you.
Hi, I'm Alexandra. I'm from Ringgold, Alaska, and I represent tribal and rural areas. And I first want to say thank you for this presentation. I actually had two questions, both kind of reflecting on the aftermath of some of the programs that you guys offer. First, I believe my community is going to be benefiting from the Clean School Bus program.
Yes.
And one of the issues that what we were facing with that was the additional cost of upkeep of the bus after it's acquired versus the diesel bus. And also, is extreme weather and tire wear particles considered in the conversation with the Clean Bus program. And I can ask my second question now or after, whatever you prefer.
So let me, thank you, Alexandra. Let me start with this. So yes, we do consider the cost of buses, electric buses in particular. I will say, let me back. The Clean School Bus program funds both electric school buses and also clean school buses, which can be propane or liquefied natural gas. There are other fuels that are allowed under the statute. And we have to implement half of the funding has to go to electric buses. That's what Congress directed. And the other half goes to clean school buses. Other fuels, that other half also includes electric buses. The majority of demand in the school bus rounds that we have already implemented has been for electric buses. Those buses are still today very expensive, right? So one thing that we want to think about and work with stakeholders in how we design the program is that in our first round, we basically paid for the entirety of these buses because they still are expensive compared to a diesel bus. We recognize that. But we also wanted to send a signal in subsequent rounds that we're going to be modifying what we call the cost shares so that the applicants can also put part of the cost. And eventually, we believe that all this effort will help bring prices down. There are a lot of private sector companies, third-party providers that are very interested in actually participating in the program. So we're hoping that by the end of the 5th fiscal year, where we have implemented the program, we can actually have help bring those costs down. So that's part of how we implement. We are implementing the program. We know that some agencies, we're learning a lot from how we're implementing that program. We know that in many states, their school districts also have help from their pollution control agencies, but there is a lot of technical assistance that we are providing in order to learn more about the process, and that our purpose is that every round we learn from, we debrief on the lessons we learned, and we try to make changes to address any problems, right? So one of those things is how do we look at extreme weather? And one of the ways, is that we're also give the opportunity for school districts. As I said, we are required to do that, to apply for buses that are fueled by other things, like propane and liquefied natural CNG, I'm sorry. And we have got applications for both. It's just there's a lot of interest in electric buses, and they are very popular. But I also think one of the things we have seen is that some school districts want to try, and they will apply for, let's say, 1 or 2 to experiment, see what it is like. And there are others that apply for 50 in larger school districts that have a bigger plan, and so those are things that we take into account in what kind of funding we provide. But these are very important flags. So thank you, Alexandra, and these are very important things for the agency to consider. So what's the other question?
Thank you for that answer. My other question is there a plan, supplement, or resource in place for low-income communities, specifically for the low-emissions electricity program, so that they can afford the changes in their household, for example, switching from a wood stove heating to connecting to the municipal electric heat? Or is it expected that the communities will just put in for the climate pollution grants? And what are the thoughts around that?
So let me say, obviously many, this is not just the LEAP program. DOE has many programs under their purview, right, that are trying to tackle increased access to appliances. And as I mentioned before, and you probably heard a lot more earlier, Justice 40 is a commitment that we're all trying to implement as part of how we are deploying the funding to make sure that at least 40% of the benefits go to those communities. So we're trying to look at how to do that. EPA for the LEAP funding that I mentioned is funding that we are using to provide consumer education, and you all will be able to see that. If you go to the Energy Star website, you will see that we're actually creating a plan that's targeted to low-income families to help them show, well, these are the rebates that are applicable under the IRA, and these are the incentives that you can take advantage for in your state. We are connecting all these pieces to make it very easy. And but there are many other agencies that, as part of the whole of government approach, will have either funding, maybe the Department of Energy, and to increase access. So those are things that, to the extent that you all have interest in this, we can find out and provide more information, particularly on your wood heaters question. That I will take that back.
Thank you. Thank you both. Over to Gabriel.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I just was wondering, how is the Office of Air and Radiation responding to new air quality threats, such as increased wildfires? And the second part to that is also, what are the response mechanisms when a community does face an air quality threat?
Okay, we have a very, very large team of people in the Office of Stationary Sources that is tracking this issue of wildfires. This is not under my purview, but let me just say generally, and perhaps not in a lot of detail, that there's a lot of effort to try to understand this. We actually have a tool that allows consumers, like everybody, you can see maps. Our own tools will be tracking the risk of wildfires, but there's a lot of work to try to understand how to tackle this as part of implementation work that is mostly being done at the regional level. So for example, in California, right, where there are very serious problems with wildfires, there are ways to try to figure out how to reduce the risk, but this is work that we need to provide more information to you so that it is a lot more robust. And yes, apologies for that, but we will follow up. It is a very important issue for the agency.
Thank you both. Colton.
Colton Buckley, Gatesville, Texas, representing rural and agricultural communities. First, thank you for that presentation this morning. My question gears towards the pollutant and emission standards. How does the agency define heavy duty or light trucks or vehicles? And if the goal in that is to motivate common society to switch to clean energy vehicles, is it reasonable to make that enforcement by 2027 when there's a severe market limitation for clean technology mechanisms in livestock haulers and tractors and other commercial manufacturing and transportation equipment?
Thank you, Colton. That is a great question. So let me say, the EPA has actual regulations on what are the different classes of vehicles according to their weight. Those are longstanding, and that's how we divide the categories of light duty, and then what we call medium duty, class 2B and 3, and then heavy duty, class 4 through 8. There are specific weight categories, gross weight, attached to each of these, and they exist in the regulations for a long time. I will say, and this is really a great question. We're looking at a transition towards zero emission vehicles that it's starting. But when I talk about how we're structuring the rules, I mentioned that actually the rules have the same form we've been doing for years. When we were doing rules that didn't look at zero emission technologies, but we were looking at advanced gasoline technologies or other improvements that manufacturers could implement in the cars. This time around, we're looking at more options. We started looking actually before, several years ago, at starting the uptake in zero emission vehicle technologies. But now I think the basis of the analysis is actually looking at investments that are already happening that manufacturers are making. And in the passenger car industry, there's a lot, massive amounts of investment that have been made. In heavy duty, the penetration of zero emission vehicles in the heavy duty truck sector is smaller at this time. So exactly what you're saying. So the rules are structured in a way, we call the rules performance standards, because the way we design this, the rules is structured to allow manufacturers to decide what mix of technologies they are going to use. It's not a mandate. They are not mandates to force manufacturers to produce electric only. The rules are structured in a way that manufacturers will be able to choose the mix of technologies they want to use for compliance, and then the compliance mechanisms under the rules have provide for the ability to bank credits, to trade credits, to create flexibilities for manufacturers in a lot of different ways. So it definitely, we are not thinking about mandating the industry to do electric. And I will say for specifically in the context of heavy duty, since you raised tractors, right? What we're looking at is actually dividing the different categories of vehicles. And when we start, according to what we have proposed, we haven't finalized the rules yet. We're working on developing those final rules, but the timelines are different depending on what category of heavy duty truck, precisely because we're looking at those things that we're all seeing how many more electric school buses are being deployed today. And that's not the same for sleeper cabs, right? So we are very serious about how we look at those things in terms of timeframes, but definitely we don't intend to impose on manufacturers a technology. The programs are designed in the same way they've been designed for many years to allow the manufacturers that are producing the vehicles to decide the mix that they want to use to comply.
Thank you both. Next, we'll hear from Megana.
Hi, I'm Megana. I'm from Houston, and I represent the interests of environmental educators and integrating environmental justice into school curriculums. So I know you talked a lot about oil and gas and the carbon and methane emissions related to that, but I know that a major problem that's related to that is that a lot of these facilities have been around for a really long time and they haven't modernized their technologies to reduce carbon emissions. But I know you mentioned the new source performance standards, which also target these older facilities. So how exactly are you ensuring, or is the EPA ensuring, that these older facilities are keeping up to date with reducing carbon emissions, since they don't have the modernization to do it right now?
So that is a great question. That, with the caveat, this doesn't fall under my purview. So I will tell you, perhaps not with a great degree of detail, but as I said before, this is the first rule that regulates what we call existing sources. And actually, that's not the new source performance standards, that's for new sources, but the emission guidelines for existing oil and gas operations, which is what you're talking about, right? Many overburdened communities live in close proximity to oil and gas facilities. We have a lot of information about that. And many of you on the ground have seen that. The way the program is going to work under the emission guidelines for oil and gas is that under that program of the Clean Air Act, the rule triggers, the way it works is that it actually triggers a process where each state has to develop an implementation plan that looks at each of the existing sources under their jurisdiction and decides the forms of control. And in the rules, we have specific requirements that we will need to look at when reviewing those state implementation plans. But what I'm saying, this is why they are called emission guidelines, because they are guidelines for states to actually develop their plans for what are they going to do to tackle all of those facilities. We put requirements on what EPA will want to see in terms of approval, but this will trigger a lot of work in the states to actually come up with a specific plans that are going to look at each of the existing sources in the state. And then as the states develop their plans, they will have to follow a similar process that we followed, which is, and you heard about the basics of the rulemaking process, right? That we issue notices, we give the public opportunity for comment. All those things now will happen at the state level to look at each of these of these facilities.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you both. Noting that we have a little bit over 10 minutes remaining for questions. I'm going to go to Asada first, but also acknowledging the hands virtual that we'll come to next.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm Asada Rashidi, and I represent environmental justice and disadvantaged communities. So coming from a port community, Newark, New Jersey, I'm concerned with how the EPA is addressing the increasing air pollution at ports. I understand that there's money for the Clean Ports program to purchase and install zero emission port equipment and technology. However, there isn't any really regulatory monitors at the ports. Communities have taken it into their own hands to purchase low-cost sensors to monitor the pollution in the community. And we understand how the port has a significant impact on the health of surrounding port communities. And we want to make sure that there's regulation and accountability at the ports as well. So one question is, what is EPA's role with respect to the federal reference air monitors in and around ports? And then another question is, because we are doing hyperlocal community air monitoring, the data is not used to make regulatory decisions. So will there be an implementation of guidance and technical assistance for low-cost monitors so that these monitors can also help make decisions around, air quality and health impacts from the port?
Thank you, Asada. So a few comments on this, and thank you for the important work you're doing on the ground. We have in our Office of Stationary Sources a division that actually looks at these issues very closely. We also have a map of many sensors around the United States, and those are things, and I think it's important for us to actually flag the importance of having this conversation with you all to make that information available, and have more of a conversation about those efforts that are happening on the ground that you're relaying. Because I think you probably are saying this is not information that is being considered at the state level in a specific separate process, right? So trying to understand those things better, it would be very helpful for the agency, because we have a dedicated team that actually focuses, there's a lot of expertise in the Office of Air and Radiation on this question. So I will take this back about the need to connect these two threads to provide this information. And then that question that you're making of whether we could think about potential guidance or whether we actually have already existing materials, I can tell you that for indoor we have, because of the efforts that I was mentioning. We have been working on guidance for low-cost indoor sensors, but those are things that I'm going to take that back. And then in response to your questions about regulation and accountability, I think the work we're trying to do to regulate all classes of heavy-duty engines and trucks is going to play an important role in tackling this pollution. But there are also other things that we're doing, working with the states. In the vehicles world, the state of California has separate authority to issue its own standards, and there are many states that have actually adopted their California standards. So the agency has petitions to tackle some of these sources because of California regulation, and then there are other things that I know are happening at the state level that, for example, rules for warehouses, and one of their districts of the state of California, we had a proposal to take comment to include this in their state implementation plan, which is it's a different plan of the type that I was describing to you, Megana, under a different section of the Clean Air Act. But I'm trying to say, when we all work together, states and the EPA, I think there are measures that all together we can work on to to tackle the harmful pollution in the ports that is actually burdening many of the communities that live in close proximity to these warehouses and many other stationary sources, right? So thank you, Asada.
Thank you both. Osa Senega.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation, Alejandra. I had a question in regards to the proposed pollution standards and state implementation guidelines that, your office is working in, the EPA in general. How is the EPA provide, or I'm sorry, let me say that I'm on the NEAC, I'm representing the interest of science policy communicators focused on the correlation between environmental health and the impacts from climate change. I'm based in Boston. So my question is, how is the EPA providing guidelines for communicating the distribution of these massive health and climate benefits so that marginalized community members are being directly reached out to, and understanding in terms for the layperson exactly how these proposed standards and uh, initiatives are directly affecting them in ways that they can understand, essentially, is what I'm asking.
So thank you, Osasenaga. Let me say generally, and you heard some details about how our rulemaking process works, which involve issuing a notice and providing the public with opportunity to comment. But we have dedicated teams in the Office of Air and Radiation that work with specific groups of stakeholders. One of them is environmental justice organizations. Another one is the tribes. As members of the tribal communities, I'll explain in a minute a different kind of engagement we do with the tribes, and then small businesses. We have dedicated teams of people that actually engage with these stakeholders when we have a rulemaking process. Oil and gas was an effort where a lot of work was done to actually seek opinions of these organizations and governments, where we have separate processes where we say, okay, we're gonna provide a webinar on how to comment on the rulemaking. Here are the basics of what are in those proposals and what is our analysis that shows the impacts. We regulate nationally, right? And we have to do an analysis of the benefits and the pollution reductions across the United States. But there are many other types of analysis that we do that matter to many of the communities you're talking about. I can tell you, for example, in our heavy duty work, we look at the millions of people that are living in close proximity to highways, 72 million people actually, but then we also look at the demographics. So there are focused aspects that maybe not all stakeholders think are relevant to them, but that might be relevant to the communities you're talking about, that we make a very conscious effort as part of how we engage with the stakeholders to make sure they have that information, and then as part of this process, they are able to provide testimony in a public hearing or provide comments. Many of those, when you go to a public hearing, which are available to the public, we have a lot of moms, we have kids who testify, lay people come and also give us their opinions and why those actions matter to them. All of this information is very helpful to the agency. And then when we issue a final rule, we do a lot of outreach to make sure, we brief the stakeholders, the several different groups of relevant stakeholders that cared and that participated in this process, but then we'll have a plan for how to announce these things and provide information to the public in our website, through social media, to make sure that we're reaching to as many people as we can to talk about the importance of these actions. And it would be great that as part of this conversation we're all now having with you, that we learn from you all and develop a better understanding on how to engage with youth as part of this process.
Thank you both. Next question will go to Emmanuel, and then we'll finish off with Nick.
Thank you so much, Alejandra, for that presentation. Sorry, my name is Emmanuel. I represent the interests of pollution burden communities on the NEAC, and I'm calling in from Los Angeles. One of the questions I had was basically around how federal agencies like the EPA, or how the EPA is working with other federal agencies to make consumer tax credits more accessible, how we can more quickly roll out some of the rebates that are accessible from the Inflation Reduction Act. The basis for some of my question was, I live in South Los Angeles. A lot of the credits are inaccessible in terms of if you're a homeowner, an older home, if you're a renter, for example, there's only a certain amount of amps that your electric panel has, for example, and you can't really have an induction stove, for example. And so I was wondering what kind of guidance the EPA is working on in terms of fixing some of those accessibility gaps, as well as how are they working with different federal agencies to make things like micro heat pumps, for example, more accessible, and making those rebates are accessible for other kinds of heat pumps, making those accessible for micro heat pumps. Yeah, how are we fixing some of that? Some of that bureaucracy, some of those accessibility gaps that currently exist.
Thank you, Emmanuel. So let me mention two dimensions to this work. One is that the agency of the United States that largely administers the tax incentives, right, is the Department of the Treasury. But in order for the Treasury to issue guidance or maybe propose rules on several of the programs that they now implement under the IRA, they engage in a lot of conversations internally inside the federal government with agencies that have expertise on the technology involved and so forth. So they're having a lot of conversations about different types of tax incentives with the Department of Energy or with the EPA. It depends on the subject matter, right? So in order to help Treasury design their program, that's one part of the work. But in terms of how do we help reach consumers, obviously each of these agencies, and I mentioned the Department of Energy, this is one of the agencies that have funding for heat pumps. You mentioned this specifically, right? So one way in which EPA is helping DOE implement this money is that consumers will be able, and we are going to have materials in our Energy Star website that are targeting low-income families to provide this information about, to make it easier for consumers to look at what are those kinds of rebates. Those are ways in which we don't have the funding. It falls under another agency, but we provide assistance on the education and outreach piece to make it easier, and we're all working together. So those are things that are being rolled out, that if there's an interest, we can provide that more detailed information, because we really want, again, because of our commitment to Justice 40, and President Biden's commitment to integrating environmental justice. These are things that we're thinking very carefully about as part of the guidance and the design of the program. So it's very good to know, to hear from you that you think there's not enough information, and those are things that we take very seriously, to take this back and make sure that this information is going to reach everybody we want, right? So thank you.
Thank you both. Since we're up against time, this will be our last question from Nick.
Thank you very much for joining us today. My name is Nick Blumenthal, and I'm from Sioux City, Iowa, and I represent food security and agricultural communities interests. And this is, I guess, more of just a technical clarification question. But in the IRA climate pollution reduction grants, you'd mentioned the difference between phase 1 priority climate action plans versus phase 2 of implementation funding. I was wondering if you could clarify the difference of scale between what would be classified as a phase 1 project versus a phase 2 project, and what sort of stakeholders the EPA would generally expect to be participating in each of these two respective phases.
So yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the question, Nicholas. So let me say, and I had mentioned before that we have awarded 250 million of the 5 billion to their eligible entities, which are states, municipalities, tribes, and territories, to develop their plans of how do they take a holistic view of tackling climate pollution, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, creating benefits for low-income and disadvantaged communities. So that's for crafting the policy plans. But then those plans are going to incorporate visions of investments that need to be made in each of these states or municipalities, right? So for that, we have the implementation plans, which I mentioned 4.6 billion. for implementation plans to actually make those investments. So it's actually the second part, phase 2, is the deployment piece. And phase 1 is the formulation of the plans.
Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Thank you, everyone, for your thoughtful questions. And thank you again, Alejandra, for your time. We really, really appreciate it. And I'll turn it back over to Carissa.
Thank you. We are going to go ahead and break for 10 minutes. So please be sure to return to your seats in person and virtually at 2:20 as we move into our final presentation and the public comment period. Welcome back, everyone. We are now going to begin our fourth and final presentation of the day, addressing food waste at home and abroad, a case for circular and sustainable materials management systems. We are going to be grateful. We have 3 actually presenters here from EPA. So our first presenter will be Jane Nishida. Jane is the Assistant Administrator of EPA's Office of International and Tribal Affairs. Jane leads EPA's international and tribal portfolios and is responsible for the full range of EPA's international and tribal policies, strategies, and relationships. She has over 30 years of environmental experience working in federal and state government and international and non-governmental organizations. Jane is going to be joined by 2 colleagues from the Office of Land and Emergency Management, also known as OLEM. We have on our panel from OLEM, Rick Kessler, who is the Senior Advisor. Rick works with the Principal Deputy Assistant Administrator and the Deputy Assistant Administrator to ensure the success of the office's programs and regulatory agenda. He has spent 35 years in and around the federal and state government and campaigns. We will also be joined by Lana Suarez. Lana is the Associate Manager in the Materials Management Branch and leads the Sustainable Management of Food efforts. Prior to joining EPA in 2004, she supported federal agencies in meeting sustainable goals, coordinated federal partnerships for urban waters, and reviewed pesticide labels. I'll now turn it over to you all.
Oh, sorry about that. Again, it's a pleasure to be here. We have a PowerPoint presentation that we want to explain to you why EPA has made food waste and loss a priority for us. And so I'm going to first give you the global perspective in terms of why my office is engaged in the food waste and loss issue. And then I'll turn it to my colleagues in OLEM, or the Office for Land and Emergency Management, to talk about the initiatives that we're doing here in the United States. So the first slide, if I can. Okay, great. The first slide is to highlight that conflict and climate are actually the large drivers of global food insecurity. So what you may not know is that food insecurity is not just a recycling and food waste issue, but it is received international attention in terms of its importance, and its linkage is with climate change and food security. So just to give you some statistics, 70% of the world's hungry right now are living in areas of conflict. And in addition, about 1/3 of all the food produced in the world ends up as food loss and waste. And in terms of the climate impacts, if food loss and waste were a country, it would emit about 1/3, or would be the 3rd most source of greenhouse emissions. So again, to put it into context, to real context, the Human Rights Commission or Council, this is the UN organization, appointed what they call a special rapporteur on food. And they issued a report last year in 223 that said that food insecurity, again, has this nexus with conflict and with climate change. And so with conflict and climate change, it affects food insecurity in 3 ways. It affects the food supply, it affects food production, as well as food transport or dissemination of food. So I'm going to give you one example of that, the Ukraine war. In the very beginning of the war, and unfortunately it's entered its third year now, but in the very beginning of the war, there was talk about the fact that Ukraine used to be the bread basket for the world. They generated 1/3 of the wheat that supplies food, and that obviously is very important for developing countries in Africa, Latin America, and Asia. As a result of the Ukraine war, which is now unfortunately in its third year, we are seeing impacts of the lack of food supply to the developing world. So that's a perfect linkage between climate change, food insecurity or peace insecurity with food loss and waste. In terms of climate change, again, the impacts are wherever you might live in the United States and you've had extreme weather events. I'll just use California as example in terms of all the extreme weather events. That is going to affect, again, the food production in California. One could argue that California is the breadbasket for the United States, but all the climate impacts are going to, again, affect the ability of farmers to be able to produce the food that we all depend upon in terms of going to our grocery stores or what's ending up on our plate. And unfortunately, the most vulnerable of our population, the EJ communities, are the ones who are going to be most impacted with regards to food insecurity. So internationally, I'll move the next slide. The administrator, Administrator Regan, who I believe you'll be meeting with tomorrow, was invited by the new president of the United Nations Security Council to present to the Security Council. So he went up just earlier this month to speak to the United Nations Security Council about the link between peace and security, climate change, and food insecurity or food waste and loss. So the United Nations Security Council, and who you've all seen on television and you've heard about both in terms of conflicts and other events, have made the issue of food insecurity a priority under the new presidencies. So this president is the president of Guyana. And so he has made that a priority. He asked the administrator to testify. So when the administrator testified, he talked about, again, the work that EPA is doing on climate change and the impacts that we are seeing domestically, particularly amongst our most vulnerable communities. And he also made the linkage, and I'll go to that in a second, about how it's affecting food insecurities, affecting also the most vulnerable around the world. So I have had the pleasure of representing the United Nations or representing EPA along with the administrator at several international events. So the two that I want to highlight on this slide is the COP, the Climate COP, or the Convention of Parties, the 28th COP, which was in Dubai last November, December, where the administrator announced there the EPA's draft national strategy for reducing food loss and waste. And you're going to hear in more detail from Rick and Lana about that national strategy. But again, at that global climate conference, he emphasized the connection between food waste and greenhouse gases. And you saw on my first slide the fact that greenhouse gases, if it were a country, would be the third largest emitting country in terms of greenhouse gases. The other thing that we are doing internationally is the United Nations Environmental Assembly. Actually, it's going on as we speak in Nairobi. So we did two things. In 2018, all the countries that attend the United Nations Environmental Assembly, and it's almost every country in the world, perhaps with the exception of North Korea, and some outliers, they adopted a resolution on promoting sustainable processes for curbing food waste and loss. So they recognize internationally the importance of food waste and loss, not just because it addresses the hunger problem, but because of the nexus, as I mentioned, to climate change and food insecurity. And then in 2016, the United States introduced a resolution at the UNEA conference. This was the second UNEA conference, and so it was the first time that food loss and waste was put on the agenda, and it was the US that put it on the agenda. So going to other international events, the G7, which includes the United States, Canada, Japan, Italy, France, Germany, and the EU, have environmental ministerial meetings every year where they identify priorities for the G7 countries. The administrator represents the United States at the environment ministerial. And as you can see, last year it was held, last year it was the G7 was held in Japan, and there they adopted again a communique which incorporated the importance of reducing food and loss and waste in order to meet the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Likewise, there is something called the G20, which includes the G7 countries, as well as other countries like Brazil, Russia, China, India. And in the G20 last year, the countries adopted a document that again promoted sustainable food waste and loss systems. So this is to illustrate the importance of the topic internationally. Closer to home in North America, again, the administrator represents the US government on something called the Commission for Environmental Cooperation. This was created by the North American Free Trade Agreement, or now what's called the US Mexico-Canada Agreement, USMCA. And through the Commission for Environmental Cooperation, we developed a Food Matters Action Kit, which was targeted for youth. It was translated in English, Spanish, and French, which are the three countries of the North American participants. And it was designed to be able to raise awareness with youth in the hopes that the youth would then be our ambassadors in terms of getting the word out in the region in terms of the importance of food and loss and waste. Next is, again, we are working with the United Nations Environment Program, and there we have a program to work with the United Nations, particularly in developing countries. They have identified Brazil and Colombia as the first two that they are piloting. And as you can see in that slide, we are focusing on developing public-private partnerships, getting the industry involved. This is not only the food industry, this is the restaurant industry, as well as the recycling industry, to help us in this campaign, because we know that it cannot be done by government alone. And in this project, we're focusing particularly on the urban areas in Colombia and Brazil in the hopes that we can replicate that work. And the last slide that I wanted to highlight was the administrator was recently in Africa in January of this year. The administrator visited both Mozambique and Ghana. And while food waste and loss wasn't the particular topic of discussion in his meetings in Ghana and Mozambique, the topic of circular economy and resource efficiency, which my colleagues will talk about, was a highlight. And there we talked about the importance of recycling and doing sustainable materials management with e-waste, with bio-waste, as well as with solid waste. And this is a segue that I will make to hand it off to my colleagues in Olam.
Well, thank you, Jane. Tough act to follow. But I do appreciate your sharing that picture of food loss and waste and food scarcity, along with those examples of how EPA has participated in international conversations, youth product development and partnerships. And I'd like to build on those slides and emphasize how important it is to use resources, including food, efficiently and minimize waste, because I think you made this point. I think the solution is a circular economy. I think we at EPA feel that, but it's a circular problem because the waste begets more greenhouse gas, which begets more food scarcity. And that's why EPA supports a circular economy, or in other words, to support an approach to reduce material use, redesign materials and products to be less resource intensive, and recapture waste as a resource to manufacture new materials and products. So to be able to reuse things or parts of things. EPA is establishing a 10-year vision that embraces circularity, sustainable materials management, addresses climate change, and environmental justice. EPA's sustainable materials management efforts are part of our work to build a more circular economy. Food waste prevention is an important part of our circular economy, given the environmental impacts from it, especially the climate impacts, as I just said, because the more we waste, and as I'll just talk about in a second, the more we waste, the more greenhouse gases we create, and the more problems we cause getting food in the first place. So, and then if my second page will actually open, see, this is why I don't have slides, because I can barely operate the pages. Honestly, what I think this group, I hope, joins me in being concerned about, because I think this is more about the future, or even than it is about the present, is that our latest research, EPA's latest research, tells us that food waste was responsible for approximately 55 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent from landfills. And we also found that wasted food causes 58% of all methane emissions from municipal solid waste landfills, even though food only makes up less than 25% of what's in a landfill. So methane, an incredibly powerful greenhouse gas. I think 300, this is more Joe Goffman's piece of mind, but 300 times more potent than CO2. And what we're doing by putting food in landfills is just, as I said, creating that problem all over again. But the person who can tell you, and I got to tell you, the administrator is someone who gets this. When we talked to him about food loss and waste, he knew immediately that that needed to be part of what we discussed over at COP28 and needed to be part of how we address this problem. But the person who really knows how to address this problem is Lana Suarez, our associate manager and lead for sustainable management of food. And she'll continue with the presentation and maybe even have slides and be even more eloquent. So thank you.
Thank you, Rick. I'm going to borrow your microphone. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you all. And I think you have you have these slides, and you have the charge memo with the charge questions in detail, but I'm going to continue this presentation. I'm going to build on what Jane and Rick have both said, starting with the importance of natural resource extraction and processing, and how important it is to use our resources effectively and efficiently. And here's some statistics for you, because we all love statistics, from the International Resource Panel to underscore the importance of using resources effectively. Extracting and processing of materials, fuels, and food make up about half of total global greenhouse gas emissions.
They also result in 90% of biodiversity loss and water stress, and an estimated 11% of global species were lost by 2010 due to global land use. So just emphasizing how we should be using our resources in a very efficient way. And a theme that we will talk about throughout this presentation, and it has already been introduced, is a circular economy. And what does a circular economy mean? A circular economy keeps materials and products in circulation for as long as possible. And it's defined in more detail in our Save Our Seas Act, if you're interested. But this is a change to the model in which resources are mined, made into products, and then become waste. And I have another illustration to show that, the difference between a linear model, a linear economy, and a circular economy. Materials in the linear economy create waste after use, and materials in the circular economy are collected and reused after each use. So just being more efficient with that resource use, food being one of those resources. So what is EPA doing? We are building a more circular economy by developing a strategy series. And we've gotten a start on this strategy series. We developed this series to support a more circular economy, and we released the first part, the National Recycling Strategy, in 2021. And on Earth Day last year, we released the draft National Strategy to Prevent Plastic Pollution, which was part 2 of our series on building a circular economy for all. And then, as Jane mentioned earlier, in December, at the end of last year, the administrator announced the draft National Strategy for Reducing Food Loss and Waste and Recycling Organics, which is a very long title, and sometimes I shorthand that to the food strategy. And that will be part 3 of our series. This year, we hope to finalize both the plastic strategy and the food loss and waste strategy. So I want to talk a little bit in more detail about each of these strategies and the goals and objectives in each. The first being the National Recycling Strategy, which focuses on enhancing the National Municipal Solid Waste, MSW, or household recycling system, with the objectives to improve markets for recycling commodities, increase collection and improve materials management infrastructure, reduce contamination in the recycled material stream, enhance policies to support recycling, and standardize measurement and increase data collection. Those are our objectives for the National Recycling Strategy. And then for the draft National Strategy to Prevent Plastic Pollution, which again, that is a draft out. The recycling strategy is final out now, but the plastics strategy is draft, and we're hoping to finalize it this year. But the goal of the plastic strategy is to identify actions aimed at eliminating the release of plastic waste from land-based sources into the environment by 2040. And the objectives are to reduce pollution during plastic production, improve post-use material management, prevent trash and micro or nanoplastics from entering waterways, and remove escaped trash from the environment. And then the strategy I know the most about would be the draft National Strategy for Reducing Food Loss and Waste and Recycling Organics. So we're going to talk a lot more about food from here on specifically, but I wanted to give you that base of the circular economy and the important use of resource use, efficient resource use. So the goal of the National Strategy for Food Loss and Waste and Recycling Organics is to prevent the loss and waste of food where possible, increase recycling of food and other organic materials, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, save households and businesses money, and build a cleaner, healthier community. And the strategy, this is a joint strategy, an interagency strategy, and we work with our partners from the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the Food and Drug Administration. And in it, we identify steps and complementary actions of each of these agencies that will accelerate the prevention of food loss and waste and the recycling of the remaining organics. Because inevitably, we will always have food scraps to manage. We can't eliminate it all. But there are management pathways that we can use, and I'll talk a little bit more about those later. And the objectives in this food strategy are, we have 4. The first 2 are related, preventing the loss and preventing the waste of food. The third is increasing the recycling rate for all organic waste. And then the 4th objective focuses on supporting policies and incentives and encouraging food loss and waste prevention and organics recycling. And we posted this, the draft food strategy at the beginning of December last year, and we had a public comment period for 60 days, which just ended earlier this month on February 3rd. So we are busy going through all of the comments received recently on this food strategy. So the draft strategy for food is part of our larger sustainable management of food effort. And when we talk about sustainable management of food, we're referring to an approach that seeks to reduce wasted food and its associated impacts over the entire life cycle, starting with the use of natural resources, manufacturing, sales, consumption, and ending with decisions on recovery or final disposal. So I wanted to make sure I define that a little bit. And there are some other terms that we use that I thought would be helpful to define as we continue in this presentation. Sustainable management of food is the first, but then we also talk about terms food loss and waste, which is different from food loss, which is different from food waste. They're all connected, of course. But food loss and waste happens when food intended for human consumption is not ultimately consumed by humans. Food loss happens when food leaves the human supply chain on the farm, following harvest, or in the processing or distribution sector. And then food waste leaves the human food supply chain in the retail, food service, or household sector. So those are just a few more definitions I thought they might be helpful to include here as we continue. And then how much is there? Well, there are millions of tons of food. And we estimate, as Jane mentioned, it's not just, I have statistics for the US. Jane mentioned very nicely that this is not just a US issue, it is a global issue, but in the United States, it's estimated that 30 to 40% of all available food is wasted. This is a huge opportunity. This is a resource that we can use more efficiently. And EPA estimates that over 66 million tons of wasted food was generated in 2019, and almost 40 million tons went to landfills. And just emphasizing what Rick said earlier, the food continues to be the single most common material in landfills. So we know we can do better. Does wasting food have environmental impacts? Yes, it does. Producing, packaging, and distributing food uses valuable resources. Just all of the effort that it takes to move food around the country and get it into your homes, on your plate in front of you, takes an enormous amount of energy and resources. So what happens when we waste food? We waste the land, water, energy, and other inputs that are used in producing, processing, transporting, preparing, storing, and disposing the food. Those are all wasted as well. There are a few more statistics on this slide that are from one of our recent research reports that talks about the greenhouse gas emissions of more than 42 coal-fired power plants. That's what is wasted in a year when the food that we throw away in this country are wasted. Enough water and energy to supply more than 50 million homes, enough fertilizer to grow all plant-based foods, and an area, the agricultural land equal to New York and California combined. That's a lot of space. And keep in mind, this is all before we have to manage the food as a waste. So that's not accounting all of the energy that uses in the hauling of food as a waste to the landfill. And then I'll repeat some of these statistics about methane because they are important. In our most recent report, quantifying methane emissions from landfilled food waste was responsible for approximately 55 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent emissions from landfills. And wasted food causes 58% of methane emissions from municipal solid waste landfills. Again, even though it's only 24%, less than 25% of what's in the landfill, it causes 58% of the methane emissions. So it's worth repeating that there's an outsourced impact of food waste in landfills. So how do we divert from landfills? Just to close this out, we'll talk a little bit about the management pathways involved. This image is the new wasted food scale. The new scale ranks wasted food management pathways based on environmental impacts and highlights the importance of preventing wasted food in the first place and avoiding sending wasted food to landfills, incinerators, and down the drain. This is the analysis is from our most recent report from Field to Bin, the environmental impacts of U.S. food waste management pathways. And we've translated the findings into a new ranking of pathways to replace an old hierarchy, which we used for decades, but we didn't have enough science to back it up. And now we do. So we're very proud of this new graphic recommending different management pathways. And so now that I've talked about estimates of food waste, environmental impacts, and the preferred management pathways, I just wanted to leave you with some of the charge questions, which you have in detail in the memos. And we are really interested to hear from this group about how EPA and its partners can more efficiently engage young people and help reduce food waste at home and abroad. And how can EPA's efforts on sustainable management of food be improved to benefit and work for youth? We're also interested in how outreach and education on making the most of food and preventing food from going to waste at home can be most effective in disadvantaged communities. What types of strategies would be most effective? And then what role can food retailers and food service providers play in helping young people and those living in disadvantaged communities waste less at home? So I look forward to our discussion and to our future engagements.
Thank you so much, Jane, Rick, and Lana, for such an insightful presentation on the circular economy and sustainable management system, both domestically and internationally. For the next 30 minutes, we'll now open the floor to questions from neyac council members. As a reminder, please raise your hand signal if you're joining us virtually or your placard if you're joining us in person. Once you're done speaking, please take your virtual hand or name tag down and remember to say your name and the interest that you represent. Nick.
Thank you all for joining us today and giving us and lending us your time and expertise to share more about this issue. My name is Nick Blumenthal. I'm from Sioux City, Iowa, and I represent food security interests on the neyac. I'm specifically curious about a very recent and issue that's currently in contention about food label dating and how prevalent that is in order to contribute to both households and restaurants' food waste, which, as noted in the presentation, were some of the biggest contributors in the country. And especially how this pertains to both perceived food safety and potential contamination and community donation efforts and how food is able to be allocated. And so I was wondering if you could elaborate on the EPA's position kind of on this issue and how it fits into the broader overall national strategy of how do we educate individuals on what is food that is still safe to be able to be eaten, and how can we enable this food to continue to be shared and donated throughout communities across the country.
Thank you, Nick. You want me to? Sure. That's a great question, and it's a hot topic when we talk about food loss and waste. Date labels are confusing. Best by, use by, sell by, must eat before. Like, what does it all mean? So produce, I mean, there are
mix that up all the time.
there are infinite ways that those who produce the food will package and label and put a date on it. And most of the time, 99% of the time, it's about quality, that this product is not going to taste the same if you eat it 3 weeks after this date, but it is not a safety concern. There are very limited products where a date label would be a safety concern. A lot of it has to do with how you would store that food. And so that can impact the safety of a food regardless of the date that is printed on the outside. If I go to the store and I buy eggs and I leave them in my car and it's 90 degrees out and they're there for a week, it doesn't matter what the date says, those eggs are going to be bad and I will not want to eat them, or milk or dairy products or other perishable items. So we feel very strongly that the dates are for quality purposes, and we work very closely with our colleagues in the Food and Drug Administration and the U.S. Department of Agriculture who have a little bit more, that's a little bit more in their lane about date labels. I think the Food and Drug Administration has previously put out some letters recommending the voluntary acceptance of a single quality-based or safety-based standard, and we continue to support them in that consistency. And that's what we encourage industry to do, to move toward that consistency of one phrase, quality or safety-based.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both. And now we'll move on to Colton.
Hi, thank y'all for joining us. Colton Buckley from Gatesville, Texas. I'm here representing agriculture and rural communities. My first question is, what is the agency's strategy, if any, to work with other federal agencies such as USDA to combat food insecurity, loss, and waste by supporting areas across the country that are identified as food deserts?
I mean, like I mentioned, we do work very closely with our colleagues in the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And we are a little careful in this issue when we talk about hunger and reducing food loss and waste. We know that if we can make our systems more efficient, we can better get food where it needs to be to those who need it. But the hunger issues and food deserts could be a completely separate issue. We know that there are benefits to, again, making our system efficient, reducing loss and waste as much as possible. And we will work with our colleagues as much as possible. And we also support any innovations and creative ideas that we've heard about for getting food where it needs to be in areas that don't have access to fresh produce. There are a lot of creative ideas out there using food trucks to get surplus from one area to another so that people who don't have access to fresh produce have that access that they need. So supporting those innovations and different creative ideas to get food where it needs to be is how we work with our partners at USDA.
Thank you. And now we'll move on to Paige.
Hello, my name is Paige Siragotis. I'm from Durham, North Carolina, and I represent the connection between psychology, mental health, and the environment. My question was specifically pertaining to charge question 1, which asks how the EPA can make their engagement with young people even more effective than it currently is. So in an effort to not give potentially redundant advice that you guys have already implemented, what are you currently doing to try to engage youth communities in reducing food waste?
Well, I know whatever we're doing, we could do it better. We use social media. That's a thing, right? You all use social media? We have web content. We try to engage with groups like this. And we also, I have a headquarters food team, and we also have regional representatives in all 10 of our EPA regions. And our regional representatives also use social media and attend events on the ground, work with local partners. Many work in schools and engage and create products that are targeted toward education that can be helpful. But that is exactly why we're asking that question, because I know we could do better at the engagement and the content and how it should be seen and how young people are receiving information in different strategies to make it attractive. Different web pages aren't the best way to just share information, right? It's just a lot of content and a lot of detail, but what are those more creative, more modern ways to get the attention of young people today?
So if I could just add, I mentioned in my remarks that there's something called the Commission for Environmental Cooperation, which represents the 3 countries in North America. So we have something called the Youth Innovation Challenge, where we identify challenges and ask youth to submit proposals where they've worked on projects, and then they give presentations to the 3 ministers in the annual meeting. This year, the annual meeting will be held in the United States. And I have to say, many of the youth challenges have talked about what the youth are doing in the food waste and loss space.
Thank you so much, Jane and Lana. Now we'll move on to Emmanuel.
Thank you so much for that presentation. My name is Emmanuel Alcantar. I'm from South Los Angeles, and I represent burden communities, the interests of pollution burden communities on the neyac. I wanted to ask a little bit about what systems are already in place in terms of food tracking and transparency in terms of food waste when it comes to schools and colleges, and what existing educational programs that the department already has with schools.
Okay. That's another area where we could do more to engage with schools. I know we have some regional representatives that are more directly engaged with local schools at the regional and state and local level. We have some products that are out. Years ago, we put out an audit guide, and that's usually, honestly, the first place that we'd want any school that's interested in reducing food loss and waste to start. You have to know what you have first and how maybe you can change menus or redo a system. So that'd be the first place we'd want to encourage any school that wants to reduce their food loss and waste. There's a lot of creative ideas out there about food school share tables. After the lunch period, to have a common table that if there's a prepackaged, perfectly safe, or a whole piece of fruit, that students can put a piece of fruit or a packaged item for others who need it or didn't bring a lunch that day or are still hungry, they can take off of it. So that's one of the efforts that we have seen, the share tables. And then the audits, encouraging the audits, using your students and getting them engaged in audits in the cafeteria to see how much waste is really happening, and encouraging the staff to participate and volunteers in the area. Maybe that's parents, but those are probably two of the key things that we have done to engage schools, and the resources that we're able to provide are guidance on conducting audits, and then also encouraging the share tables.
Thank you. Now we'll move to Alexandra.
I'm Alexandra Angerman. I'm from Ringgold, Alaska, and I represent tribal and rural areas. And my question pertains to the national strategy to prevent plastic pollution. In prevention, is there a push to completely replace plastic products where it is deemed appropriate and attainable, and why or why not?
You might have to repeat that for us a little bit better.
Yeah.
So I heard the draft plastics strategy. Is there?
Sorry, I apologize. In prevention, is there a push to completely replace plastic products where it is deemed appropriate and attainable? Why or why not?
Well, I am not the plastics person, but I am the food person. But I do not think that there is a push to completely replace plastics, but to use them in the most efficient way possible.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think where it's possible, where it's, reduction, right? This gets back to the circular economy, things that can be reused, that we can reclaim and then turn into other things in a safe, sound manner. So is it not part? No. Is it, it's an all of the above kind of strategy at this point. And I'm sure there are places where it's appropriate. In part, our authorities to do that, we have very little, I think it would be fair to say. But we can encourage, and I think there's a general recognition that that has to be part of any plan.
Thank you, Alexandra. Now we'll move on to Rachel.
So, Eletu, my name is Rachel Billiot, and I'm from Southeast Louisiana. I'm representing the interest of Indigenous and tribal people who have experienced firsthand the impacts of climate change. And I have a couple of questions, but I'm going to keep it to one for now and see if we have more time later on. Some background before I give this question is I have elders in my community who often talk about back during the Depression. They didn't even realize there was a depression going on because within our communities, we had local food systems. Everyone had their own gardens and they traded out in and in as they needed. And if there was food that wasn't used, then it goes into compost and we have our own circular economies there. I find the research that you have done very interesting and very valuable. So I appreciate the presentation you've given today. With that said, my question would be, do you have any support or encouragement or focus or emphasis on local food systems and encouraging that within towns or communities going forward?
You want me to try to take that?
Go ahead. I can contribute.
Okay, so my office is both the international and tribal office, so I just wanted to focus on the indigenous piece of it, and then I'll turn it to Lana. So one of the things that we have been focusing on in our office is indigenous knowledge and indigenous foods and cultural sensitivity. So we have actually training programs right now in terms of indigenous knowledge and the importance of being culturally sensitive to native ways as well as native plants and the use of those plants. So I just wanted to mention that.
As far as supporting local food systems, I think that when we talk about the circular economy and making our resource use as efficient as possible, obviously, if you keep something local and it has less to travel, that would be a more efficient system in most cases, I'm sure, depending on the product. But we do encourage those local systems. We have a product called the Excess Food Opportunities Map, which maps out potential recipients and generators of wasted food. And that map is very helpful when you drill down to the local county level to see what is the existing infrastructure in your area. Again, to keep it local. What if you are one type of facility or processing plant and you are looking for an excess in spent grain, for example, and you want to see what are the businesses around you that has that product, you can use this tool to get to that product and again, keep it local. You don't want to truck in something from 5,000 miles away. It's more efficient to keep it local and use that resource as efficiently as possible. And we also released some products about community composting, which happens very frequently in community gardens in urban areas. Again, and so there's a garden, they have fresh produce that they make available to the local community. And then it's very beneficial to also compost all of those scraps and organic waste that comes from the garden or other businesses or gardens local nearby, and then compost it and just keep that product in that local area. So we do encourage the local food system and then encouraging the circular economy and using that resource as efficiently as possible. So the garden turns to scraps, the scraps turned into feedstock for the compost, and the compost goes right back into the garden and stays in the local area. So we've created some recent videos that really emphasize how community composting can really help.
Now, I just wanted to remind all of our council members that we have just over 10 minutes remaining in the question and answer period. Move on to Colton next.
Hi again, Colton Buckley from Gatesville, Texas, representing rural and agricultural communities. You know, one thing that I think a lot of rural communities and isolated communities, especially out west, face in the coming decades, you know, when someone goes to their kitchen faucet, one of three things is going to happen. They're going to turn the faucet on and there's going to be clean drinking water. They're going to turn the faucet on, there's going to be no water. Or they're going to turn the faucet on and the water's too polluted for it to be used for any practical application. So what strategies are being implemented, if any, to combat plastic pollution, specifically in streams and riverways before it gets to the ocean?
I had our OW colleagues here.
Or the authors of the plastic strategy. I can't, that would be something that we will have to get back to you on what those specific strategies are. And I will likely refer to the draft plastic strategy about how we're keeping plastic waste out of our waterways.
I'll try to jump in.
Sure.
So the Office of Water here at EPA has a number of initiatives. So the Council for Environmental Quality, which is in the White House, has convened multiple agencies within the US government to develop a national strategy, a plastic strategy that Lana was referring to. So the Office of Water's piece of that is to help reduce in terms of the source. So they are working with communities, both rural as well as in the urban area, and something called Trash Free Waters Initiative, which helps local communities to develop strategies that are designed for their communities to reduce the amount of plastics and other waste into the waste streams. In addition, they have, through the bipartisan infrastructure law or fund, have new funds that are also helping with rural waste, with rural water systems to help improve water systems, so that when rural communities turn on their tap, it's more likely to be clean water as opposed to the other two alternatives that you've talked about. And again, that's in large part because of the President Biden's Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. So those are just a couple of examples. But
next, we actually have a question sent in from one of our council members who is not present right now. This is from Christy Dretman, and she is wondering, is there an opportunity for the EPA to put out more reduction goals for bigger for-profit corporations and companies who disproportionately produce food waste compared to the average individual household? And then Christy also represents the interests of environmental advocates working at the intersections of media, diversity, and environmentalism, advancing opportunities for green careers.
Can you repeat the question one more
Yeah,
time?
of course. So the question from Christy is, sorry, is there an opportunity for the EPA to put out more reduction goals for bigger for-profit corporations and companies who disproportionately produce food waste compared to the average individual household? And this is also something that we could come back to as well.
I mean, the one thing I wanted to say was that instead of the stick, we like to give the carrot. And we have a joint effort with the US Department of Agriculture where we encourage, well, we have participating companies that have, there's a US goal to reduce food loss and waste by 50% by the year 2030. And there are companies that have committed in their own operations to meet that goal. And we call them the 2030 champions, the US Food Loss and Waste 2030 champions. So we recognize these different companies, businesses that work in the food sector. And they make this commitment, and all of their logos are on our website, and they are really making efforts to reduce their food loss and waste in their own operations. And they are mirroring the national goal. So that is what EPA has done. We have encouraged these different companies who have mirrored our national goal and highlighted their efforts. They're very creative, they're innovative, and many of them are very large companies that can be examples to other similar smaller companies. Because if this large company can do it, well, we can do it too. So we like to highlight the efforts and the innovations that the US Food Loss and Waste 2030 champions have made. And I think we have nearly 50 right now of these champions.
Thank you. I'll relay that information to Christy. Now moving on, we'll return to Nick.
Hi again, Nick Blumenthal, Sioux City, Iowa, and representing national food security. I had a question based off of that point of preferring to go with the carrot rather than the stick. And I really think that's the better way to approach this situation is how do we create more solutions to some of these national challenges? And so I wanted to go back to a point that a previous colleague of mine had touched on upon kind of ways to encourage local solutions to these issues and how that could be beneficial to the challenge. I attend the University of Florida, and I work extensively with the community garden that was began during COVID and initially started out as a way to grow food and distribute food to disadvantaged communities around our neighborhood, and has now expanded off to the county level. And on a larger scale, there are organizations that I've consulted with that were also born out of COVID and started out in their towns and are now redistributing tens of thousands of pounds of food and preventing that from becoming food waste. And so I was wondering what sort of support the EPA offers, whether it be financial or technical support, in order to encourage the growth of these locally born programs into larger scale initiatives.
Well, we have some funding opportunities that are offered to state, local, tribal, territorial governments. That was through the bipartisan infrastructure law to improve infrastructure and also for education and outreach. And we've been able to grant several over the past year in these different grant efforts. So not only do we use the funding opportunity through the bipartisan infrastructure law to our state and local governments to do, they have to apply and we will approve the projects for either improving infrastructure or education and outreach, for example. And then we also work with our regional representatives, and they have their own funding opportunities that they can offer at the regional level. So we have the national level funding, and then we also work with our regions to share some regional funding opportunities. And we have a page that's specific to funding opportunities that are related to food loss and waste on our website. And we try to keep that as up to date as possible. And it's not only EPA funding, but other funding from partners that we are made aware of. Please
add, it's on the, and maybe this is what you were alluding to was Swiffer grants. And that's a brand new bipartisan program that we launched just a few months back. I think it's September maybe. And what that does, this gets to the infrastructure, is the federal government helping local communities build those solutions like composting facilities or recycling facilities that can really help with that circular economy and help with that kind of local solutions in a way that prior to that, we didn't have that ability. And we're very happy and very proud of that. And what's going to come of that, I think, can be part of that solution. And I love this idea of the community garden expansion, because anytime you can not just match up the food and loss, but the less you have to transport, I think of things in terms of the energy that we spend transporting food and then transporting the waste, and saving that can save, tons of greenhouse gases and obviate the need to get new fuels. Even if they're clean fuels, they still require energy to produce. So this is all great, but I think our Swiffer grants can really be a big part of that, and will help. We're just getting going though.
Thank you very much.
So on that note, just to follow up what they were mentioning, there is also the Inflation Reduction Act, and that's why the importance of the linkage to climate change. These communities can avail themselves of IRA funds as well if you make that nexus with climate change. In addition, there are community change grants, which you may have heard about earlier from Kareem, and so that's another source of funding.
I was going to say, that's right. The climate pollution reduction grants that we put in, that we go back to my old job when I was the staff director for the energy and environment subcommittees, and we put together the IRA. And it's one of the reasons I'm here is to be part of implementing that. And what Jane just talked about has great potential. And I feel bad that I didn't think of it, but that really is a good place to help do what you want to accomplish.
Thank you all so much.
Now, it looks like we have time to fit maybe one more question in. I wanted to return to Rachel and see if you had those follow-up questions. Okay, yeah, no worries. And then also just checking in virtual participants, are there any last questions you have? Seeing none, I'll hand it back over to Carissa.
Great, thank you, Gabriel. Thank you to our presenters, Lana, Rick, and Jane. We really appreciate you being here with us. We're now going to move and begin our public comment portion of the meeting. As I noted at the beginning of today, this is an opportunity for the public to provide comments about the topics being considered before the NEAC. For members of the public commenting, your remarks need to be limited to 2 minutes. Please state your name and organization prior to your comment. Due to time constraints, the NEAC members and EPA will be in listening mode only, and we will not be able to answer your questions directly. With that, I am going to turn it over to our contractors and Dinah, who will be facilitating the public comment period. Mode only, and we will not be able to answer your questions directly.
Am I asking the question right now? I think I might be answering the question. I might be up at this point. Hello, everyone. My name is Nicholas Caputo, and thank you very much for taking the time for asking a question. I guess I wanted to ask significantly about
mute him, John. Nick, can you hold 1 second?
Yes.
Sorry, I have too many folders open. Public comments, almost there. Thanks, everyone. We're gonna, as Carissa mentioned, we have two minutes per commenter. We're gonna do the in-person commenters first. I'm gonna call 3 names at a time, and we invite them to sort of join in the space here. Our first Our first 3 commenters are Saeed Al-Mashrafi, Luba Al-Khalili, and Wilberforce Andrews. Are you here in person? If you are, we invite you to come up to the chairs at the front of the room here. Okay. Next 3 commenters are Wadid Collado, Haley Crawford, and Andrea Flamia.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Haley Crawford. I'm here with the Climate Action Campaign today.
I'm 21 years old and I am a student at Penn State University. I'm a young person who is deeply concerned for our climate crisis, and I know that my generation will suffer from the impacts of extreme weather as well as disruptions to food supply and the economy. Climate issues such as extreme heat, smoke from wildfires, flooding, and severe storms are all very concerning to me. I am a veterinary and biomedical sciences major, and my future career will focus on animal care and safety. We can't talk about animal care and safety without talking about our climate crisis. This is not only our home, but their home too. When we have wildfires, floods, and other climate dangers, that puts their safety and ours at risk. I know I'm not alone when I say myself and others on college campuses are demanding action on climate change. I'm thankful that the EPA is listening to young people today and taking action on pollution from dirty power plants, cars, and trucks. I am especially excited to know the EPA is on the verge of creating a new standard to limit carbon pollution from power plants. Given how all the science is clear that carbon drives climate change, we can't afford to wait a day longer to crack down on fossil fuel plants that are driving the climate crisis. On my campus, I've been involved with a group of students organizing to make change. We've collected hundreds of petitions calling for solutions to pollution, and we're counting on President Biden and the entire administration, including EPA Administrator Michael Regan, to finalize the strongest possible standards to cut pollution from power plants, cars, and trucks. My generation will be saddled with the worst impacts of this crisis, but we are also here today to call on this administration to do everything it can to tackle the problem. Thank you for allowing me to talk to you all today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is Andrea Flamia here? Yeah. Come. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Andrea Flamia, and I'm Jaya1 on Instagram. I do a lot of political promotion, and my concern is for the food waste and the food loss in the country, and the homelessness and the people who lack food, so food insecurity, as well as global warming, the gases that come about for food waste. So I was wondering if there was any possibility if the food chain or the food supply chain could do something with regulations versus the community responsibility, or the community wanted to take risk to receive food from organizations that waste food. So for instance, restaurants, buffets, who they tend to waste food, or I saw the 40% of homes waste food, and that gets into our landfills, that gets into methane gas, but it also gets into the aspect of food insecurity. So I had an idea, and I was wondering if that idea could take place where you would have the people who waste the food and then the people who need the food. So one would be regulatory, like OSHA regulatories, versus, again, like waiver programs where people who would receive that food, whether it be packaged or unpackaged, that's being wasted, would they be able to sign a waiver saying, hey, we're willing to receive this food? Because a big problem is, and this is more of a common community problem, but a big problem is that most companies don't want to give the food that they have to throw out at night. They don't want to give that food to homeless shelters or to people who need food, only because they're afraid of getting sued. So that is something that is more on a more common level. And that's something that I'm very concerned about, because I think there's so much food being wasted, and there's a contribution to our landfills that doesn't need to be there when we have so many people who need food. So that's one of the things that I'm very concerned about. The other is, pardon? I'll wrap up, I'm sorry. And so thank you so very much for your time. It may seem very common and unscientific. I had a lot of scientific things I wanted to say today, but I think my heart is more towards food insecurity and global warming, and this simple regulatory and waiver program could possibly contribute to ending some of that. Thank you so very much. Have a great day, bye-bye.
Thank you very much. For anyone who wishes, they can also provide their comments in writing to neyac@epa.gov. Our next commenter is Jared Ford.
Thank you for having me. My name is Gerard Ford, and I am with Student Perks. Coming out of high school, I had a very nihilistic view on climate change. It was something that I believed in, but I thought the damage that we've done was beyond irreversible. Anything that we did at that point was just to delay the inevitable. And I thought my way to help people was to be a biology major and become a doctor and do it that way. That was until the 2016 presidential election, and Bernie Sanders was doing his campaign run. And during the interview, he was asked a question about climate change, and his response was, it was the biggest threat to national security. And besides the commenter kind of like laughing him off, Republicans and Democrats alike kind of refer to him as crazy Bernie, like, oh, he's a socialist, all of these type of things. But knowing the type of person Bernie Sanders was, I know he just wouldn't say things just to get a reaction. So looking further into those things, I kind of fell down a political science rabbit hole, and I decided to change my major to political science. And for the past months, I've been doing things like encouraging other students to look further into climate change, trying to educate them on what could be done and the positive things that we have been doing, even going as far as speaking to my elected officials that has helped save the Okefenokee swamp from mining, to the point where they have signed on to that bill. And now I'm here with the honor and pleasure to show over 81,117 petitions from young people and students alike, calling for bold actions for the EPA to protect the climate, health, and future by finalizing the strongest possible climate change standards and furthering programs like the IRA and the bipartisan infrastructure bill. And for many students looking forward from the changes, we want to thank you for all the hard work that you have done and will be doing in the future. And thank you for ensuring that we pass on a cleaner and better tomorrow for those who come after us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much. You leaving these for us? Or? Okay, I'll get them. Thank you. Our next three commenters are Crystal Frame, Olusu George, and Lila Iwata. Are any of you here? Go ahead, come up.
Lila. No, that's okay. Hello, my name is Lila Iwata, and I'm a high school senior here in DC. I would like to bring to your attention an environmental issue that the U.S. government has yet to take accountability for. In the Marshall Islands, there is a concrete dome structure intended as a temporary solution to contain radioactive waste from America's Cold War nuclear tests. Between 1946 and 1958, the United States conducted a series of nuclear and atmospheric tests on Eniwetok Atoll and Bikini Atoll. In total, there were 67 nuclear detonations, some of them 1,000 times more powerful than the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This left behind a legacy of environmental destruction and radioactive contamination. In response to mounting concerns over the hazardous byproducts of these tests, the U.S. government embarked on a cleanup effort in the 1970s, culminating in the construction of Runit Dome, which holds 3.1 million cubic feet or 35 Olympic-sized pools of radioactive debris. However, the so-called temporary solution has proven to be anything but temporary. As sea levels rise and decades of exposure to the elements take a toll on the dome, cracks have emerged, leading to structural weaknesses that now threaten to unleash its toxic contents into the surrounding environment. The consequence of such an event would be devastating. Not only would it pose an immediate threat to the health and safety of the Marshallese people, but it would also have far-reaching implications for the delicate ecosystem of the Pacific Ocean. The potential for widespread contamination of land and sea, coupled with the long-term health effects of exposure to radioactive materials, underscores the urgent need for actions to address this crisis. Yet,
When Marshall Island officials asked the U.S. government for help, the American officials declined. They stated that the dome was on Marshallese land and therefore none of their responsibility. This is unacceptable. The United States is the primary responsible party. They should have to undertake a comprehensive assessment of the structural integrity of the ruined dome and implement measures to address any vulnerabilities. They should also be working closely with the Marshallese government to ensure meaningful engagement with affected communities. Actions necessitate accountability, yet the U.S. government often refrains from taking responsibility unless prompted by the population. Hence, fostering education and awareness on such matters becomes imperative. My question then is what education initiatives can be taken for these unconventional environmental topics that are rarely talked about? Thank you.
Thank you, Lila. Our next three commenters, if you're here, please come to the front of the room. Jenna Clark, Jeannie Marcard, and Robin Sidman. Come on. Jeannie.
Hello, my name is Robin Sidman. I'm the founder and executive director of Project Green Schools. We also have a National Youth Council, although our youth council is made up of 150 students from across the U.S. in grades 5 through 12. Today, I have a comment, a question, and an invitation. With environmental initiatives striving for a healthier future, and with more than 49.4 million students in public schools alone, how do we shift the narrative, funds, although we greatly appreciate healthy communities and clean school bus, education, and policies to better engage the next generation beyond a one-off competition or program? Additionally, on a personal level, as we have had input into the development of the National Youth Council, your NEyac here today, I would greatly love to invite folks to participate in our Green Difference Awards program or to be potentially mentors to our National Youth Council. This group is strong. We've been around for 15 years, and again, grades 5 through 12 could use mentors and input from folks around this table here today. Thank you.
Jenna. Hi, my name is Jenna Loescher-Clark, and I am a Deputy Director on Climate Cardinals. One of my primary concerns is the circumstances in which kids are growing up. Little kids no longer want to play with dirt or even play outside or know what roly-polies are. And this is why an education system which focuses on environmental engagement and play from a young age should be emphasized. Youth suffer from feelings of climate-related hopelessness and anxiety, which only disconnects us further from our desire to engage with the environment. This should be addressed at the root through educational reforms spanning from elementary through high school. Teenagers especially are trying to figure out how to navigate a world where most products and activities contribute to climate degradation. A topic I have not heard many people discuss is the need for spaces which are integrated into the environment. By this, I mean assuring teenagers and kids have spaces outdoors to play and hang out which are geared towards them. As the climate degrades and urban planning may disregard the need for outdoor public spaces, it is important to consider if the general public has access to the outdoors and the impact of this on climate empathy. Yet the problems the environment is facing, and especially youth are experiencing, are much more deeply rooted than fashion companies or parks can address. The problem at hand is environmental equity. Minorities in the U.S., such as immigrants and people of color, suffer disproportionately worse impacts due to climate change. Some parents have to consider air quality before allowing their children to play outside. And though green energy is projected to spur many new jobs, immediate losses primarily concern under-resourced houses, as workers in fossil fuel and coal companies lose their jobs. This is why I feel that at the heart of every single change that is made, climate equity and intersectionality should be considered. We should educate individuals to be able to access new jobs in environmental urbanization, engineering, and advocacy. We should support youth litigation, such as the Montana Climate Kids, who face countless delays in their attempts to argue for their constitutional rights to clean air and spaces. In the Juliana v. United States case, government powers claimed that there is no constitutional right to a stable environment. And I argue that due to the freedoms and powers of expression and life guaranteed to us in the Constitution, that is a false statement. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gina Marquardt. I'm a recent graduate of Michigan State University, and now I work with the student PERG clubs in Michigan. As a young person, I'm worried about the climate crisis. I know that my generation, our generation, will be saddled with dealing with the worst impacts of extreme weather, as well as major disruptions to food supply and the economy. My whole life, I've had a deep personal connection with nature. However, growing up, I saw many concerning things, such as PFAS and hexavalent chromium pollution in the Huron River, severe flooding in Detroit after major storms, as well as many other things. I know I'm not alone and that millions of young Americans here at the EPA and on college campuses across the country are vocally demanding bold action on climate change. I'm grateful that the EPA is listening to these young people, and I'm glad to see the EPA is taking action to crack down on pollution from dirty power plants, cars, and trucks, as well as creating a new standard to limit carbon pollution from power plants. I'm also grateful that the EPA recently issued final results on methane and soot pollution. These are both big steps forward that will save lives and help address the climate crisis. On my college campuses, I've been involved with a group of students organizing to make change. We've collected hundreds of petitions calling for solutions to pollution, and we're counting on President Biden, the entire administration, including EPA Administrator Michael Regan, to finalize the strongest possible standards to cut pollution from power plants, cars, and trucks. My generation will be saddled with the worst impacts of a climate crisis, but we're also here today to call on this administration to do everything in its power to tackle the problem now. Thank you for allowing me to speak here today.
Thank you very much. Our last in-person commenter is Jetvaya Zing. Are you here? Okay, we're going to transition into our virtual commenters. For our virtual commenters, we ask that you unmute your microphones so that we can hear you. If you would do a hand raise, there's not that many of you online. Just you would move up to the top and I can see you better. I would appreciate that. Okay. Okay, I see you, Nick. Nick, can you unmute your line?
Yes, of course.
Go ahead, Nick.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. My name is Nicholas Caputo. I'm the founder of Livable Advanced, which is a nonprofit that seeks to incorporate technology and innovation to advance policy and create creative new laws in order to solve affordability and livability crises with our principal office here in Los Angeles. I'm a good friend of Emmanuel Alcantar, who is a fantastic person and absolutely the right choice to be on this council. One of my thoughts is about how the EPA may find itself stymied or limited in its ability to conduct necessary research to create appropriate regulation for the use of petrochemical plants and other areas that tend to have a supposed economic benefit but have significant environmental drawbacks. I cite the areas in the parish of St. John the Baptist and Ascension parishes in Louisiana, in a region known colloquially as Cancer Alley. It contains up to 20 times the amount or the rate of cancer in the average as opposed to the United States national average, but has been operating pretty much with impunity since 1972 and has over 200 petrochemical refineries in it. Despite the fact that there are large numbers and elevated cancer risk among the relatively otherwise healthy population, there are little in the way of regulations in regards to cleanup, maintenance, and health benefits to the people that are there. And so when it comes to the EPA being able to conduct necessary research, I understand that it might be possible that EPA is stymied by limitations from Congress that are put in place. But what I would humbly recommend is to allow for alternative or otherwise reputable sources of information and research. So if the EPA is not able to conduct research on its own because of limitations it might otherwise find, it can conduct and utilize research under conditions that are from independent universities and nonprofits in the area. By doing this, I believe that we can provide more data to back up new regulations that are put in place to allow for a healthier zone and especially to prevent further contamination, not just the Cancer Alley, but many polluted areas in the United States.
Thank you, Nick. Next commenter that I see online. Nalili Hidalgo. Remember to unmute your line. Can you hear me?
Yes, are y'all able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nayeli Hidalgo. I am with Texas Environmental Justice Advocacy Services, one of the first Latino environmental justice organizations based here in Houston, Texas. As the education liaison for Tejas, I'm often working with young adults along the Houston Ship Channel, and I repeatedly see students working for oil and gas companies. If we want to meaningfully engage and incorporate the new emerging workforce into clean energy jobs, we have to start from the high school level and provide outside support to school districts that do not have these programs or pathways available at their schools. We must close the gap from high school to the workforce for cleaner and safer jobs. Not everyone in our community ends up going into a four-year college or institution. So we need to be able to provide support for frontline youth by creating apprenticeships and internships that are local, free, or reduced, that will ultimately lead them into clean energy jobs. We have a total of 3 recommendations today, one of which we urge neyac to address attacks on public education in Texas and southern states by defending the freedom to learn and investigating civil rights complaints and supporting educators and environmental youth in their projects. And we would also would like to uplift one example in the form of an initiative called the High Road Training Partnership by the California Workforce Development Board. It addresses income inequality, economic competitiveness, and climate change through regional skilled strategies, fostering resilient communities in California. And lastly, we're also here to ask the neyac to consider on hosting a conference on workforce development to bring in key partners, labor groups, young adults, and regional leaders and institutions to discuss the creation of a labor training center, something like the Inland Empire Labor Institute in Southern California. Again, Nayeli Hidalgo with Texas Environmental Justice Advocacy Service, and thank you for taking in my comments today.
Thank you very much. Our next commenter is Monty Jones. Monty, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Go ahead, thank you.
Thank you for having me. My name is Monty Jones. I'm 24 years old, and I'm the Partnerships Coordinator here at Climate Action Campaign. I'm deeply worried about the climate crisis because I know that it's my generation that will be saddled with dealing with the worst impacts of extreme weather, major disruptions to food supply, and negative public health implications. I'm grateful that the EPA has began listening to young people today, and I'm glad to see the EPA taking action to crack down on pollution from dirty power plants, cars, as well as trucks. I'm grateful that EPA has recently issued its final rules on methane and soot pollution. Those are both big steps forward that will save lives and help address the climate crisis. And especially excited to know the EPA is on the verge of creating a new standard to limit carbon pollution from power plants. Given how all the science is clear that CO2 drives climate change, we can't afford to wait any longer to crack down on fossil fuel plants that are driving the climate crisis and are fully responsible for it. And so I'm here today asking neyac as well as the EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards to cut pollution from power plants, cars, and trucks. My generation will be saddled with the worst impacts of this crisis, but we're also here today to call on this administration to do everything it can to tackle the problem. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. Are there any other public commenters online that I have not seen? Can you raise your hand?
All right, great. That will be concluding our public comment period. I do want to say thank you to each of you for being here today to give us your remarks, both in person and virtually. I know EPA as well as the neyac truly appreciate your feedback. I'd also like to ask and just remind, as we said at the top of the hour here, that you submit your comments in writing to the public docket or email them to the neyac email address at neyac@epa.gov. The public comment period will remain open until 11:59 Eastern Standard Time on Thursday, March 14th. I am now going to turn it over to Gabriel for a summary of today's discussions as we begin to wrap up.
Thank you so much, Carissa, and thank you to all of those who joined us in person for public comment and also virtually. It was wonderful hearing your concerns and also the perspectives that you bring so that as a council, we could learn on how to approach and adapt our mission based on those comments. So today we had the chance to go over first an educational overview of the EPA in the morning, and then we learned about environmental justice and youth, later about clean air and climate, and then the circular economy. Over the public comment period, we learned about environmental justice concerns shared by the public, ranging from Cancer Alley to issues of food equity. We also learned about the need for preparing youth for a future that is viable for them and also their own careers. And we also overheard concerns over pollution and making sure that the EPA continues to proceed with reductions over several different pollution areas and address fossil fuels. These public comments help show the amount of support throughout the public and youth perspective coming to neyac. And now I'll hand it back over to Carissa, who will provide next steps for tomorrow as we move into the second day of our first ever neyac meeting.
Great. Thank you, Gabriel, and thank you for that great summary. And thank you to you and Kiara for amazing leadership today. I also want to give a huge thanks to all EPA staff and members of the public for joining us today. I mean, this meeting would not have been a success without you all. And with that, so I do hope to see you all tomorrow as we go into our final day of the neyac meeting. With tomorrow, we have the pleasure of being joined by EPA Administrator Regan. So we will be starting tomorrow promptly at 9 a.m. And I do encourage you to attend if you have the availability. So with that, I am adjourning this National Environmental Youth Advisory Council meeting for today. Thank you all.